Good morning, everybody. I think we can start. I think everybody went through security check, and now we are in full team. My name is Untitled Chapter. I chair this committee, and I declare open the work for today. And I want to welcome you all to the spring session and the meeting of the Committee on Democracy and Security. And let me say that Russia's war of choice in Ukraine has prevented us from meeting in Kiev as we had planned. I'm glad, however, that we could still gather today here in Vilnius, and I would like to thank our Lithuanian hosts for volunteering to host this session in unprecedented and challenging circumstances. We appreciate their willingness to support our friends in Ukraine by holding what in many respects is a Ukrainian session in Vilnius. I would now like to call the committee to order and declare today's meeting open. We have a busy schedule ahead, and we will do our best to keep this meeting to the allotted timings. You will see on the agenda that we will be starting this morning with a presentation by Dainius Kreivis. I hope I pronounced properly. Thank you. Minister of Energy of Lithuania. Following that, we will have a panel on climate change. After that, we will have a short coffee break followed by a presentation by Olha Stefanishna, the Deputy Prime Minister for European Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, and the government's coordinator of humanitarian aid, who will be joining us via Zoom. Lunch will be from 1 p.m. until 2:30 p.m., and we will resume the committee's discussion promptly at 2:30 p.m. Before we continue, just a few reminders. You can find all committee documents, including draft reports and agendas, on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly session SharePoint page. Similarly, all speaker biographies are available on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly website. For social media users among us, please use the official hashtag for the session, hashtag NATO PA Vilnius, when posting comments. For the question and answer sessions, please indicate to the committee director, Mr. Nathan Greason, if you wish to ask a question. We will put you on our speaking list and call on you to take the floor at the appropriate time. Please be concise in your questions. This meeting is also being presented on Zoom for our Ukrainian colleagues who are following this meeting remotely. A very warm welcome to them and to the Ukrainian members that have joined us in person. Please also note that this meeting will be video recorded and broadcasted live on the Lithuanian Parliament's channel. Videos and photos of this meeting are public and will be shared for communication purposes, and official photos of this meeting and the session in general can be viewed and downloaded on the NATO Parliamentary Flickr account. The second point on this agenda today is the adoption of this agenda. And I want to ask you, dear colleagues, if there are any comments or any objections to the draft agenda. If we don't have requests, so I see that the draft agenda is therefore adopted. We should also adopt the summary of previous committee meeting. We now need to consider and adopt the summary of the CDS meeting held on 9th and 10th of October 2021 during our annual session in Lisbon. Are there any comments or any objections to the summary? I see no request to speak. Thank you, and we consider the summary is therefore adopted. Now let's go to our fourth point, namely energy security and resilience, a Lithuanian perspective. And we have here as a distinguished guest a person who usually works in this plenary session hall, Dainius Kreivys, Minister of Energy of the Republic of Lithuania. Dear colleagues, I would like to welcome our first speaker. He is the Minister of Energy of the Republic of Lithuania. Prior to taking up this position, Mr. Kreivys served as Minister of Economy. He has been a member of the Committee for National Security and Defense of the Seimas, the Lithuanian Parliament, since 2020. His background includes various political positions as well as experience in the private sector. He will share with us Lithuania's perspective on the link between energy security and resilience. This is a particularly timely and important topic, and we are fortunate to discuss it with such a distinguished speaker. Mr. Kreivys, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lithuania. I'm honored to be here with you, our closest allies this morning. Today, I'm going to present Lithuania's perspective on energy security and energy resilience. In order to fully understand our road to full energy security, I will tell the history of the past 30 years. First of all, a couple of words on the current situation. Today, Lithuania imports no oil, no gas, and no electricity from Russia, meaning that Lithuania does not pay a single penny to Russia for energy resources. We have oil terminal, oil refinery, which is owned by Polish PKN Orlen. Since April 1st, Orlen closed all imports of Russian oil and switched to import from the Middle East, Africa, and other destinations. Lithuania has LNG terminal. Via the terminal, we import gas from US, Norway, and other countries. Terminal ensures gas supply not only to Lithuania, but to the broader region as well. We import a huge part of electricity via interconnectors from Sweden, Poland, and Latvia. At the same time, we generate a substantial amount of renewable electricity. Although we have electricity interconnectors with Russia and Belarus, but we import no electricity via these interconnectors. Today, we are completely independent from Russian energy sources. But it took time and huge efforts to find ourselves in the position we are now. As most of you may know, Lithuania regained its political independence in 1990. But in terms of energy, at the time we were fully integrated into Soviet energy system. We had Ignalina nuclear power plant with RMBK Chernobyl-type reactors. We had a huge and technologically obsolete refinery which used to receive all oil supply via Druzhba, friendship pipeline straight from Russia. As well, we had Kruonis hydro accumulation power plant, which had the purpose to balance the production of nuclear power plant, a huge power plant in Elektrėnai, which was run on heavy oil. Finally, we were connected to Russia via oil and gas pipelines, and we were fully interconnected with Russian electricity grid with frequency management in Moscow. So, we had a lot of infrastructure which was poorly maintained and fully integrated into Soviet energy system. At the same time, we had no energy connectors with other European countries. Our dependence on Russian energy was huge challenge. In order to achieve real independence from Russia, we had to dismantle these energy integration links. First battle, the battle for oil sector independence. At the time that Lithuania established its independence, all of oil consumed in Lithuania came from Russia. It came via Druzhba pipeline from Russia directly to the Mažeikiai oil refinery. In the first days of our independence, we experienced a major Russian economic blockade in 1990, when oil supply to Lithuania was cut off. From the very first day, when Gorbachev openly stated to use energy as a political tool, we started to search for oil supply alternatives. In 1995, the construction of oil terminal was started, and in 1999, the Būtingė oil terminal was opened. The terminal gave us an alternative route for oil through the sea to the Mažeikiai refinery. The refinery had a negative balance sheet due to constant constraints of oil supply. The situation aggravated, and the refinery was technically bankrupt with very dim future prospects. At the time, the decision was made to sell the refinery to US energy giant Williams International. Yeltsin's Russia took it as a geopolitical challenge. The deal was attacked by different media channels as well as parliamentary opposition. The information war followed, and it was one of the biggest political battles in the last 30 years. The then Prime Minister refused a signed deal with Williams and stepped out. Later, this very Prime Minister became President of Lithuania, and in 2004 he was impeached. It was found out that the Russian oligarch has illegally sponsored his presidential campaign. Russian money was pouring into media channels. The whole story of the sale of refinery to Williams took place in the context of severe economic crisis. The decision to sell the plant to Williams, relatively cheap, as the refinery itself was almost bankrupt, was very unpopular. What should be emphasized that in that attack against Lithuania was organized in 1999, when Russia was still democratic. Finally, government managed to sign a deal with Williams. Williams rebuilt and modernized the refinery, but due to constant disruption of supply, decided to sell company to Yukos in 2002. The Yukos era was a golden age for refinery. The company was profitable, well managed, and constantly modernized. After Putin and his cronies cracked Yukos and put Khodorkovsky in jail, Yukos managed to sell refinery to Polish Orlen. Russia immediately responded by cutting oil supplies to the refinery. Since then, Druzhba pipeline went into permanent technical maintenance, and oil supply was never restarted. This illustrates that in Russia, decisions were made and driven by geopolitics rather than economic logic. Today, Orlen guarantees oil product supplies to the Baltic region and Poland. So first battle, the battle for oil sector independence, was won. Second battle, the battle for gas sector independence. The story with gas was developing in a similar pattern as oil. After 1990, all of the gas flows to Lithuania came from Russia via Belarus and Latvia. In all post-Soviet countries, Russia has sought to take over national gas companies using intimidation, manipulation, and financial debt schemes. The biggest mistake in the Lithuania gas sector was made in 2002. Lithuania National Gas Company, which controlled gas trade and distribution, was privatized, and 1/3 of the company shares has been sold to Gazprom. The 1/3 went to German E.ON, and the rest left to the state. So we had let the elephant into porcelain shop. This deal gave Gazprom huge leverage and strong acting role in Lithuanian gas sector. Gazprom brought shadow brokers who profited from Gazprom Lithuanian deals and who became pockets to finance information attacks against Lithuania. After we decided to clean up the non-transparent intermediaries, Gazprom raised gas prices drastically. Since 2009, the gas price in Lithuania was 30% higher than in Germany. Our response was swift. First, acceleration of EU third energy package implementation. Second, the construction of our own LNG terminal. And the third, adoption of national energy independence strategy. The battle for LNG terminal was very harsh. Russia organized information attacks against Lithuanian government, and especially against President Grybauskaitė, who was very supportive of the project. In 2014, finally, the LNG terminal in Klaipėda, with a proud name, Independence, was opened. Gas price dropped immediately, and we started to pay less than Germany and other Russian gas importing countries. Additionally, thanks to the implementation of the third energy package, in 2014, Gazprom was forced to sell its shares to the Lithuanian gas company. Hence, we kicked out Gazprom for our energy infrastructure management. Over 7 years, the LNG terminal in Klaipėda is operating successfully and ensuring diversified LNG supply to the region. This May, gas interconnector between Lithuania and Poland was opened, and gas flows freely today from Finland to Poland. Third battle for electricity sector independence. In the electricity sector, Lithuania still have two challenges. First, country still operates in a single synchronous zone with Russia, Belarus, Latvia, and Estonia, so-called Brel Ring. Second, after decommissioning of Ignalina and PP, Lithuania lacks electricity generation. Immediately after the closure of Ignalina and PP in 2009, we started a project to build a new nuclear power plant in Visaginas. The tender was won by Japanese Hitachi, which was chosen to implement the project. Since the very start of the project, the informational onslaught against the project has begun. As a common pattern, Russia again used intimidation and manipulation. The Fukushima disaster was used as a main argument in the information war against new NPP. Then, the partnering countries started to fall out, and we were pushed into a referendum on whether Lithuania should develop a new NPP. The referendum was lost, and the NPP project was abolished. To change Lithuania to its electricity system, a few years later, Russia started to build a nuclear power plant in Ostrovets, Belarus, just 40 kilometers from Vilnius and a couple kilometers, 10 kilometers from the place where Visaginas Lithuanian nuclear power plant had to be built. This NPP development was in violation with the core nuclear and environmental safety standards. Russia hoped that huge electricity trade will prevent Lithuania cutting with Russia's electricity system, but we resisted. Parliament passed a law which banned electricity imports from countries where unsafe NPP operates. So we have terminated ties with insecure NPP in a legally coherent way. The only way left to get our own electricity generation was renewable energy. And we are quite successful at this. In 2025, Lithuania is going to have 50% of its energy consumption generated from renewables. And in 2030, 93% of electricity consumed will be produced by solar and wind. Lithuania aims to reach 7 gigawatts of installed renewable energy capacity by 2030. But let's go back to 2009. In that year, Lithuania decided to construct 2 electricity interconnectors, one with Sweden and other with Poland. Both interconnectors became operational in 2016, ensuring security and additional electricity supply. Russia has created a narrative that Lithuanian electricity system could not function without Russian help. But in 2019, Baltic states, Poland, and the European Commission reached a decision to synchronize the Baltic states with continental European grid by 2025. The project is still under implementation. Our goal is to finish it even faster by the beginning of 2024. At this date, we must be disconnected from Russian electricity system. So we need to have all projects done by then. Despite still being in Braille ring in system with Russia, energy system with Russia, we feel sound and safe. Multiple projects to ensure our electricity system security has been implemented. We have a newly built synchronous link with Poland, which could become operational on demand. As well, we have finished multiple projects needed for our energy security. This gives us possibility to be secure in the face of being disconnected from Russian electricity system without any consequences. So, the third battle for our energy independence, the battle for electricity sector independence, is now in the final stage. Moving to the conclusions, I would like to say that in our region, we were determined fighters for our energy independence. Since 1990, we consider Russia to be an unreliable country that uses energy dependence as a lever for political domination. Since 2007, Lithuania has energy independence strategy, which is updated every 4 years and became a backbone for our energy independence aspiration and an issue of political consensus. We showed that it is possible to find a way from the dead end. We were tied to the former Soviet Union in all energy links, but we managed to cut those ties. Finally, only strong political will and the ability to achieve strategic aims could overcome Russia's will for geopolitical domination. At the moment, similar will is being demonstrated in the battlefield by Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Mr. Krevis, thank you very much for your
Ganz herzlichen Dank für diesen interessanten Beitrag, Herr Krevis.
questions. And please, from North Macedonia, please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask one question in your presentation, which was very thoughtful for us. At the beginning, you said that when you started the strategy for energy independence, there was not a consensus. Even some actors from that time opposition were having some doubts or different actions, and you finished your presentation saying that now the energy independence is a matter of political consensus in Lithuania. Just wanted to ask how you have achieved this, according to me, a huge and important consensus. Thank you.
The energy independence strategy was passed in Parliament in 2007, and those very harsh fights on oil, in oil sector, was in the 90s, so before that. And what we understood that in order to move forward in a coherent way, We need to have broad consensus. And at that time, in 2007, we had two persons in position and opposition, very strong leaders, who managed to unite position and opposition. One was prime minister, another was leader of opposition, and actually for position at that time we didn't have the strong majority. We needed support in parliament, so it was easy a bit, and the strategy was created in parliament, was passed in parliament. And since then, as I mentioned, each 4 years we update. For example, the last version of National Energy Independence Strategy was passed in 2018. The document in Parliament was debated almost 1 year. Almost 1 year. It came to Parliament, went back to ministry, back and forth many times, and finally it was in the shape everybody was happy, and we passed this document. So now, as a Minister of Energy, I'm preparing the next version, and let's say, create this version, we put a lot of efforts, and we are doing a lot of studies, modelings, and so on. So this is very deep document based on technical figures, not just on political wishful thinking. So this is my answer.
Thank you. The next one is Mr. Jonsson from Iceland.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Minister. A strategy on energy independence since 2007, and it sounds like you're maybe not as far along in becoming independent energy-wise as you'd like to. With the situation that's come about in the past years, I'm sure you're going to put more emphasis on that. But still you have these dates in front of you, like 2025, 2030, that with the goals. Earlier this weekend, we heard from other ministers how you have reached the 2030 goals when it comes to defense spending. You've already reached them now to react to the situation. I'm wondering if you're going to put similar emphasis on sort of supercharging the energy independence strategy, which would also make it easier for the country to reach the climate goals you want to reach by 2030?
You see, Lithuania is the only country in Europe which does not pay Russians for its energy resources. It means we are now completely independent. What we need, we consider that full independence is when we are self-sufficient. We produce enough electricity and other energy sources inside Lithuania. It means what we are doing, decarbonization is a chance for us. 2030 is the date we expect to export energy from Lithuania. This is why I said that we will be completely independent. We are going to export our energy resources by 2030. This is our goal.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Belhai from the Netherlands, please.
Thank you. An impressive story you're telling, Minister. I was wondering, perhaps you can give your view on sometimes the difficult national debates between people who believe it's important to be energy sufficient, but also energy independent because of the climate, and others, perhaps a little bit late, realized that it's also important from geopolitical, but also a military perspective to be independent in the end. Do you have had that kind of debate, and what would you say to countries who are still fighting between, is it a left-wing debate about climate, or is it also a way of being realistic about being independent on your energy?
I think we fight for climate change, against climate change, green transition and energy independence goes shoulder to shoulder. It's the same path. Only you should find the means to going in one way to achieve both goals. So if you look from decarbonization perspective, everything will become, all energy resources will become electricity. It means what you need a huge amount of electricity. You need to have prepared all the system to absorb this huge amount of electricity, to have ability to convert this electricity into hydrogen, into ammonia, into synthetic gases and other energy sources. So generation is the key. Interconnectors among countries is a key, and common market is a key. So this is what we are doing in Europe. And Lithuania, as I mentioned, what we would like to do, we would like to have all generation inside our country. Electricity will push out all other energy sources. Finally, I expect even gas. It means if you produce electricity inside the country, you are independent. And this is the way for other countries to go forward. I can understand that for some countries which are heavily industrialized, it is a huge challenge as well for Lithuania. If you take our industries, particularly fertilizers, oil refinery, we need a lot of hydrogen. For hydrogen, you need a lot of electricity, huge amount. Let's say one factor of fertilizers needed such amount of electricity, which is now consumed by all Lithuania. So we need to build a lot of renewables. And we are doing this. We are now in Parliament, have the law which is going to open the gates for renewables. I mean, we are abolishing all red tape, all bureaucracy, to have ability to go forward. This is our way, and in Europe we have Document Repower EU, which as well speaks about the opening gates to green electricity, green energy. And this as well, when you look from this perspective, this as well is not only a possibility to be independent, to be green, and as well in being with renewable energy, you are going not to pay any penny to Russian military and for their offenses to other countries.
Thank you. I have a question, with your permission. Mr. On the 9th of May in Europe, as you know, the conference on the future of Europe closed its works, and I would like to ask your opinion. You know that among the conclusions, green energy and how can we protect the climate and how can we protect the planet of pollution are very high on the agenda. I would like to know your opinion whether after the Ukrainian crisis, the ambitions of EU and the green energy theme will suffer, will be affected by the crisis in Ukraine, and which is the future of coal, according to your point of view? Thank you very much.
Coal, I think, the energy source which has to be phased out first, because this is the most polluting source of energy. This is very clear. The impact of war in Ukraine. For the short and even midterm, It could be that we are going to move a bit slower to our targets. But this does not mean that the targets to have zero net economies in 2050 should be abolished, and it is not achievable. Actually, what lies ahead, what we need to develop a lot of technologies or to upgrade them, for example, for hydrogen. In order to phase out the gas, we need cheap hydrogen. For cheap hydrogen, we need new technologies, let's say, to stay simpler. And in new technologies, in energy consumption in an efficient way, it's needed to put a lot of attention. So I think that finally, war will be won by Ukraine, and we are going to adjust our tempo with which we come forward, and finally we will be at zero net economy in 2050.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now the floor is Lord Lancaster from UK.
Thank you very much. Am I right in thinking that the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad is reliant on you for its energy supply? And if that's the case, then the boot is slightly on the other foot now that you are independent of Russian energy. So will you be seeking to renegotiate that contract or that energy supply? And can you perhaps assure us that if you do, you will at least put the price up?
Thank you.
Kaliningrad is now independent. They could operate in island mode. Putin built LNG terminal as well in Kaliningrad. He built huge gas storage in Kaliningrad. He built additional 4 power plants, small-scale power plants, in order to have balance of electricity net in Kaliningrad. He was preparing as well. We were preparing, and he was doing his work. So it's not that this is geopolitical challenge. You know, this is wrestling, and this is, you are looking what they are doing. They are looking what we are doing. This is not let's say, one way.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. And I give the floor to our distinguished colleague, Joël Mario Maila. Please.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak French. Minister.
I understand.
Ah bah c'est magnifique.
Let's try.
Merci.
Perfect. Well, the French is also the official language, one of the official languages of NATO, so I try to speak French whenever I can. So first of all, Minister, congratulations for your outstanding presentation on a topic which is extremely sensitive. I am just back from Moldova.
Is it working?
Is
Is it working?
Okay.
French, maybe not 100%.
Okay.
Joël,
Otherwise I can
would you
switch
be
off
so
to
kind
English,
to start again your intervention
I
in order to allow?
I understood what was said.
What was okay, thank you.
It was compliments, you know. So
That's why I
easy to
consider it is important
understand, because I'm sure you're
to
used
listen
to
to them
them,
again.
That's why I haven't listened because I understand French, but
Okay.
I don't want to miss something.
Okay, Minister. Joël, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Trying to listen in French, because as I've said, you know, French is the second official language of NATO, so it's important to use it from time to time. Pardon, donc je repars en français.
Right, so back to French. So I was just congratulating you for your outstanding presentation on this very sensitive topic. I'm just back from Moldova, and we have some serious sources of concerns regarding energy, because energy supply comes mainly from Russia in Moldova. So France is trying to help, and I wanted to know if you have some sort of cooperation with that country, or what do you think about a potential cooperation with that country? And second question, what about the protection of energy infrastructure against cyber attacks? This is something that our Commission has been looking into for some time now, and I would say that it is a sensitive topic. So if you could tell us a bit more about this, I would be extremely grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Moldova is in a very difficult situation. Actually, particularly with gas sector. With electricity now, when Ukraine synchronized with European continental grid, Moldova went together with Ukraine into Europe, let's say. But with gas, sure, we have a huge problem, and how we can help? We have LNG terminal. We have now the connector with Poland. And there is already now possibility to supply Ukraine with gas. And from Ukraine, gas could flow to Moldova as well. This is a way how we could help. And I expect that next year, when Finland will build a terminal, LNG terminal, we are going to have surplus in our region, and we could export gas via connector with Poland to other countries, to Central European countries, and to Ukraine and Moldova. On cyber security, in Lithuania we have NATO Energy Security Center, and cyber is one of the key direction in which this center is working. Actually, we put as well a lot of attention. We have cybersecurity center in Lithuania, and in each company has its own centers for cybersecurity. And I put, as a minister as well, a lot of attention, and I'm closely following what is, how we are prepared, what kind of trainings we have in this area. So I just want to conclude that our energy systems are very safe and sound, very safe and sound. All systems are not in open space here. They are closed loop systems. So nobody could penetrate just from outside in those systems. And that's why I could say that we are sound and safe. And a lot of other measures. We're constantly monitoring. Each week I get reports what level of cyber attacks is on our energy infrastructure by all energy companies. And I see, and we could look what is in which direction we are moving.
Are there any other questions? Yes, from Ukraine, please. The floor is yours.
Minister, thank you for your brilliant report. I don't have a question. I just want to comment our relations with Russian Federation in terms of the energy, because it's not in use that Russia uses energy as a weapon, and when they cannot influence through this supply of this energy, they just destroy your warehouses of fuel, your energy station. They occupied our NPP in Energodar, and their behavior irresponsible because they just fired by tanks on some buildings in this nuclear power plant. They just try to destroy our logistic chain of energy to make our energy system just destroyed. And we have to know that this behavior of Russia will continue, and we have to diversify all the supplies from Russian Federation. I mean, it's electricity, gas, oil. That's why we, of course, try to pursue your country that should be imposed the embargo on oil and gas, because this is one of the reasons. Another reason, because this oil and gas, 1 billion per day, continue finance Russian war in Ukraine. This is one of the main sources of their budget and their financing of the new war equipment and their aggression. So I just want to call you to understand that Russia will continue this behavior, will try to influence on you, on your decision in your countries through the energy, and will continue to increase this energy crisis in the several months just to start some trade-off, some negotiations to lightening the sanctions. And we have to be ready for this. We have to be strong, and we have to diversify the supply of energy from the Russia. Thank you.
I would like to add a couple words what was said. Now Russia receives even more money from export of energy sources. Despite the gas, for example, export dropped twice, the amount of money it receives doubled because of prices. This is manipulation. Russia started to prepare for this war in the March of 2021, when the gas storages in Europe left unfilled, and the gas to the spot market was, European spot market was cut. And why we have such huge prices now in Europe for energy sources, for electricity, for gas, is because of Russia manipulation with energy market. That's why Commission started the investigation about Russian manipulation in energy market. Concerning Ukraine, German Galushenko is a very good friend of mine. We have in constant contact with him. And we help Ukraine not only by not buying any energy sources from Russia, but as well shipping energy equipment, helping them to prepare technical documentation for electricity trade with European countries. 100 persons of Ukrenergo are working from Lithuania remotely. Our TSO, transmission operator, hosting them. They have office in Vilnius, and they're working from Lithuania, so they are very close. And Lithuania is very, very supportive for Ukrainian case. And your war is our war. That's why Lithuania is the first country which not buys any energy sources from Russia.
Thank you. From Canada, we have a request for the floor.
Thank you. To Lithuania's credit, you saw the danger of being dependent on Russia a decade ago, and you warned the rest of us. You couldn't do more than what you did. However, in your statement about going towards non-fossil fuels and becoming energy independent, you mentioned that you hoped to obtain energy from Finland. Now, Finland, I thought you said Finland? No? Okay. So what I was wondering is you had a functioning nuclear reactor which was decommissioned, and it is clean, emissions-free energy. So rather than buying potential fossil fuel energy from somewhere else, and in the electrification of all our economies, why would Lithuania not look at the new technology in nuclear reactors as opposed to buying gas or coal generated energy somewhere else?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned in my presentation, that in Lithuania in 2011, we had contract with Hitachi for new reactor to be built. But as I mentioned as well, that Russia stepped in and we had information war, manipulating the Fukushima case, and we had the referendum in Lithuania and we lost referendum. And the society said no at that time for nuclear power, and only source for energy is left is renewables. And I mentioned that in 2030, we are planning to have 93% of our electricity generated from renewables, from onshore wind, offshore wind, and solar. And it's not just words, we have very concrete plans, and now everything is in development. For example, today, this year, Lithuania is the biggest buyer of wind turbines in Europe. It means that we are trying to get things done, not just by words, by our work.
Thank you very much. Is there any other request for the question and answer sessions? If not, we'll move on, but not before, on your behalf. Thank you, Minister, for your presentation. Now we move on, and we have a panel dedicated to climate change, and I invite Linda Sanchez, our special rapporteur, to present her preliminary draft special report on understanding, adapting to, and limiting the impact of climate change on allied civil security. Linda, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Linda. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. I hope you are highly caffeinated and ready for this report on climate change. Because we have less than 3 years to drastically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to prevent the most disastrous effect of climate change, many of which we are already beginning to experience. This is the unambiguous and alarming message delivered in April by the IPCC, the leading United Nations body for climate change science. Without immediate action, the world is on track for a 3.2 degrees Celsius rise in temperatures by the end of the century. This would trigger colossal and irreversible changes in our environment with catastrophic consequences. To put it bluntly, this is our last chance to avoid a perilous future. But make no mistake, environmental challenges and changes and their impact on our security are already being felt today, both within the Alliance and beyond. Extreme weather events are among the most immediate and visible examples. In the past year alone, such events have laid bare the destructive and disruptive consequences of climate change. Last July, for example, devastating floods in Europe claimed more than 200 lives and caused billions in economic damage. Drought and record high temperatures in 2021 sparked uncontrolled wildfires in many places, including California, Greece, and Turkey. These sudden onset weather events have decimated entire towns and forcibly displaced thousands from their homes. Those who escape often struggle with finding basic necessities like clean water, food, and housing, all while they lose their livelihoods. Displacement also strains nearby communities who take in those who are fleeing from environmental disasters. Climate change-related extreme weather also disrupts the operation of crucial infrastructure with disastrous consequences for local communities. In February 2021, Texans experienced a severe and unusual winter storm. This caused a spike in energy demand and resulted in a power grid failure, leaving more than 4 million people without energy and heat. Although there is no official number of the people who perished as a result, some estimate that as many as 814 people died because of the grid failure. Water treatment facilities faced power outages, half of the state's population lost access to potable water, and hospitals struggled to care for patients. This crisis is just one example among many, but it shows how, as climate change accelerates, more frequent and more devastating weather events will continue to pose a challenge to the resilience of allied societies. The harmful impacts of climate change extend beyond short-term and sudden disasters. Climate change is also causing a multitude of long-term challenges. It will have major security implications for our alliance and beyond. Climate change is fueling irregular migration. Globally, climate change has already displaced between 50 and 300 million people. Although estimates differ, the number of climate migrants is expected to grow, especially as more regions across the world become uninhabitable due to climate change. There is no denying that climate-caused migration will require increased investments in essential services. This may spur heated political and societal debates, but I believe this should also be seen as an opportunity. By giving displaced people the opportunity to reach their full potential, states stand to benefit from the migrants that they receive. There are substantial economic rewards when migrants contribute their entrepreneurship, knowledge and skills, and resolve labor shortages. But we cannot deny the dark side of this tremendous disruption. Climate change will magnify socioeconomic inequalities. Although its consequences will be felt in every corner of the world, the poorest and least developed countries will be disproportionately impacted. Similarly, environmental changes will worsen gender inequalities within states and societies. Women and girls tend to be more vulnerable to the direct and indirect effects of climate change, including displacement, homelessness, poverty, sexual violence, and disease. Pre-existing racial inequalities will be heightened by climate change due to class bias and racism. Finally, climate change may soon become a major trigger and catalyst for conflict. The relationship between climate change and security is complex. Growing resource scarcity, loss of livelihoods, and displacement will likely exacerbate local and international tensions and likely or potentially fuel violence. Faced with the imminent threat posed by climate change, allied countries are increasingly seeking ways to adapt and bolster their national resilience. The Netherlands, for instance, has adopted effective adaptation measures against floods and rising sea levels, including building high seawalls and overflow facilities. In the United States, technological advances have allowed for early detection of extreme weather events, and the federal government and many state governments have invested billions to strengthen the resilience of vulnerable communities against natural disasters. At the international level, NATO member states are at the forefront of multilateral efforts to find global solutions to the climate crisis. France was instrumental in the success of the 2015 negotiations that led to the adoption of the Paris Climate Agreement. The United Kingdom, during its presidency of COP26 in 2021, made remarkable efforts to raise the level of ambition of and gather support for the Glasgow Climate Act. Allies such as Germany, France, and the United Kingdom also provide financial support to developing countries in their efforts to better adapt to and mitigate climate change-related challenges. NATO, as an organization, has taken more comprehensive steps to respond to the challenge of climate change. At the June 2021 Brussels summit, Allied leaders identified climate change as a major security threat and adopted a new climate change and security action plan. NATO has voiced its intention to emerge as the leading international organization when it comes to understanding and adapting to the impacts of climate change on security. Now the alliance must translate these words into action. This process should start next month in Madrid, where NATO heads of state and government will discuss and approve the alliance's next strategic concept. This is a timely and critical opportunity to further anchor climate change and its security impacts at the heart of NATO's agenda and future work. But this will not be enough. We need to take more drastic and decisive action, both at the national and NATO levels, to improve the alliance's resilience and prepare to face this challenge in the future. Let me highlight a few areas where I firmly believe that concrete action is needed. At the national level, allied governments must bolster efforts to better understand the dangers of climate change and share that information with the public. They must take steps to limit the harm of climate change-caused extreme weather. Conducting regular assessments of vulnerabilities, organizing frequent stress tests and exercises, and improving their capacity to assist affected communities are all indispensable strategies. An even greater challenge will be adapting to the longer-term, more uncertain risks posed by climate change. Building collective resilience will require adopting a whole-of-society approach. The private sector, the armed forces, national and local institutions, citizens, and of course, us lawmakers will all have to play our part. Countering the compounding effects of climate change on socioeconomic inequalities will be crucial as well. The climate crisis is a global problem, and the Allies will need to maintain and bolster our diplomatic efforts to achieve comprehensive solutions to the climate crisis. Further, it is essential that we expand our financial and technical support to vulnerable countries' efforts to adapt to and limit climate change impacts. At the NATO level, climate change considerations must be integrated into all policies. Adequate resources will be necessary to ensure that NATO has the capacity to translate these policies into concrete actions. NATO should serve as a forum to identify, discuss, and address national vulnerabilities that may affect the alliance's collective resilience to climate change. After all, our alliance is only as strong as its weakest link. Finally, NATO must play a central role in strengthening cooperation on climate change resilience. It must act as a clearinghouse where best practices and lessons learned are shared. It must serve as a place where the diverse and invaluable experiences of member states and partner countries can be harnessed and replicated. Colleagues, we stand at a crossroads. Climate change poses an existential threat to our societies. We must act, not in a year, not in a month, not tomorrow, but now. We must take drastic action to limit climate change by addressing its root causes. At the same time, we must strengthen our collective national and individual ability to cope with the inevitable and devastating short and long-term impacts that climate change will have on our societies. Because we know that even under the most optimistic projections, we face tremendous upheaval in the years ahead. We cannot afford to sit back and be spectators. The path that we choose today will define our future. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your feedback.
Thank you very much, Linda, for your extraordinary work. Thank you for presentation. And as we planned, we'll listen now to another presentation, and then we'll have the question and answer session and the discussions on on the issue. Now, the theme is NATO's approach to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, exploring the nexus between gender, climate change and resilience. And we have a special guest, let's say, Irene Ferlin, NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. I would like to say a few words about our guest. Ms. Ferlin is NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, and she was appointed to this role in November 2021, succeeding Claire Hutchinson, who had held the job since 2018 and who has spoken to this committee on multiple occasions. We look forward to continuing this excellent cooperation with Ms. Ferlin. Prior to taking up her current position, Ms. Ferlin has had high-level roles at the International Affairs Institute in Rome, at NATO headquarters, and in UN agencies and other national institutions for more than 15 years. As Special Representative, Ms. Ferlin is responsible for facilitating and coordinating the constituency in NATO's policy as regards the implementation of the UN Security Council's Resolution 1325. She's here to speak to us about the link between gender, climate change and resilience and NATO's approach to the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Saying this, Ms. Ferlin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me today. I'm very glad to continue the work done by my predecessors and to engage with this distinguished assembly. It's a timely discussion about the nexus on gender, climate change and resilience. The world is changing again, and indeed with these changes we face new and different security challenges. Let's now take a moment to reflect on recent and current global events, accelerating climate change, mass displacement and movement of people, cyber attacks and disinformation, over 2 years of a global health pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and impending the European security architecture. It is clear now that the world will never be the same again. It is our task to recognize the gravity of these new security challenges and prepare for them. The increase in and convergence of such events also present risk of a compounding and prolonged instability and fragility, the ripple effects of which, as we know, can and will transcend borders. The consequences of this shift in security are complex. For populations, for people, the loss of livelihoods, separation of families, displacement from homes, as we heard, scarcity of essential resources like food and water, the lack of health services, the immeasurable loss of life, today's challenges have an overwhelming and long-lasting toll. If ever there was a time to talk about our approach to crisis, be they man-made, natural disasters, or hybrid, in the context of the Women, Peace and Security agenda, this is now. The Earth's rapidly changing climate and increasing extreme weather have led NATO to accelerate its efforts in environmental security and protection. As you heard from the rapporteur, last year, March 2021, NATO foreign ministers endorsed NATO's climate change and security agenda. Taking a 360-degree approach, it encompasses measures to increase NATO's awareness on the impact of climate change on security, along with developing clear adaptation and mitigation measures, and enhance outreach while ensuring incredible deterrence and defense. This agenda commits NATO to leveraging its science and technology programs to support innovation and research on climate change and security, including exploring the integration of a gender perspective in the context of NATO's Women, Peace and Security policy. Climate change and security is also an integral part of NATO 2030 decision taken by the head of states and government and at 2021 Brussels summit. And moreover, climate change and security will be likely reflected in the next strategic concept, as already mentioned, in Madrid next month. Cataclysms caused by climate change respect no borders, affecting everyone depending on geographical conditions. Critical resources like energy, food, and water become limited and inaccessible, especially to the vulnerable communities, invoking competitions and conflict. Just like other crises and conflicts, from COVID-19 to armed conflict, climate change has also disproportionate impact on women and girls. Disaster-induced poverty or exploitation, famine, floods, loss of land and livelihood, and increased mortality rates all bear a greater burden on women and girls. To illustrate the unequal impacts of climate change, I will share a few concrete examples. The UN figures that 80% of people displaced by climate change are women. Women are often responsible for gathering and producing food, collecting water, and sourcing fuel on heating and cooking, tasks which require natural resources and energy, now threatened by climate change. And women are less likely to be in position of power or decision-making among the communities and governments, and are therefore unable to fully contribute their knowledge and understanding of climate change impacts to the strategies devised for combating it. At its core, the climate crisis magnifies social economic inequalities and exploits the already existing gender inequalities in our societies. NATO recognizes that countries where women are empowered are vastly more secure. This is why our 2021-2025 Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security addresses the need to step up NATO's gender mainstreaming at the intersection of climate change and security, among the other tasks. But this effort must be taken at all levels in order to create sustainable solutions. From the strategies set by institutions to the responses of local actors, our resilience to climate change is strengthened when the whole of society is taken into account, and not only half of it. The unpredictability of today's security environment has led NATO to think critically about resilience to challenges such as climate change and natural disasters. For NATO, resilience is first and foremost a national responsibility. Each ally needs to be sufficiently prepared to address the entire population needs and the entire spectrum of conventional and unconventional forms of conflict and crisis. NATO has agreed to 7 baseline requirements for national resilience, against which allies can measure their level of preparedness. These requirements reflect the core function of continuity of governments, essential services to the population, and civil support to the military. These commitments were strengthened had the NATO states of government renew their commitment to strengthen resilience at the Brussels summit last year. This included an inclusive approach, one that integrates gender perspective and effectively links NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda into its work of resilience. Significant progress has made in shifting how we think and talk about our collective defense today. Society's ability to resist and recover from shocks due to climate change or natural disasters, among other challenges, is a barometer for our ability to defend against the destabilizing elements and to maintain overall security. NATO's approach to climate change and resilience demonstrates a growing importance of the civilian population and as a security provider for all our communities. And because societal vulnerabilities are felt disproportionately by women and girls, it is essential that they take center stage in our assessment of and leading roles in our solutions for them. So when it comes to women, climate change and resilience, there is much to say. And as we encounter new challenges, we must recall that women and girls are disproportionately affected by the instability and conflicts caused by them. Allow me again to offer examples to drive home this link. Instability caused by climate change may increase the risk of conflict-related sexual violence. Women who are displaced from their homes due to unlivable conditions are at increased risk of sexual violence and exploitation. One of NATO's 7 baseline requirements for resilience is the ability to deal with mass casualties ensuring that civilian health systems are sufficiently staffed and stocked when crisis or conflict occurs. The psychological and physical harm conflict-related sexual violence, including sexual exploitation and abuse, inflicts on women and girls, destabilizes communities, and requires special emergency and recovery situations and services. Taking this into account, a way to boost health systems would be to build capacity for trauma-informed and survivor-centered care. A gender lens may also reveal how addressing conflict-related sexual violence towards women and girls, but also men and boys, may differ. In turn, strengthening the resilience of a community struck by conflict or crisis, climate-related or other. That said, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda also works to highlight women's participation and agency, or their ability to contribute meaningfully and uniquely to conflict resolutions. I will offer here another illustration to further establish this nexus. Climate change or natural disasters may disrupt or inhibit access to critical resources. As already mentioned, we know that women are largely responsible for locating and gathering life-sustaining supplies for their communities. Another one of NATO's 7 baseline resilience requirements are resilient food and water resources, ensuring that their supplies are safe from disruption or sabotage. Seeing the important role that women play in managing resources affected by environmental changes, they may serve as mediators if local competition breaks out and may identify sustainable solutions to combat ongoing instability. Women's leadership and decision-making in this regard are therefore essential to maintaining the resilience of resources origin and supply. These scenarios are two of many that highlight the connection between gender, climate change, and resilience. NATO's Women, Peace and Security Agenda can help the alliance consistently consider the impact of conflict and crisis on women and girls and encourage their role in creating solutions. As devastating as they are, times of instability challenge societal dynamics and structures and urges us as an international community to advance gender equality for the sake of peace, security, and resilience. To conclude, I would like to emphasize NATO's role in adapting to today's security challenges and helping prepare allies and partners to face them. And as the world changes, NATO must continue to evolve with it. In particular, Russia's war against Ukraine tragically reminds us that conflict of all kinds stands to disrupt the livelihoods of those already most at risk, including women and girls. So NATO must continue to mainstream gender across its core tasks and will tailor its action to core values of individual liberty, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Not only because it's, as we know, the smartest things and right thing to do, but also because this is who we are. This represents our core values as democratic societies. And because building stronger, resilient societies that can defend against climate disaster and related conflict requires the consideration and participation of women at all levels and across all efforts, full stop. During my mandate, I will continue to advocate for the integration of gender perspectives throughout NATO's approach to climate change, resilience, and all conflicts, and call on all those in position of power on decision-making to do the same. I call you to bring actions in your own countries, because it's something that we need to do together. It's good to commit with policies, it's good to develop action plans, but we need then to implement, and this change starts with us, and it starts at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Felin, for your thought-provoking presentation. And now I would like to open the floor to discussions and questions and answers for our colleagues, for both Linda Sanchez and Ms. Felin. We have 3 requests so far, now the 4th, the 5th from Iceland, but we'll start with Julie Zerovic from Canada.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank both our presenters for their excellent presentations. Since NATO has determined that they want to become the leading organization when it comes to understanding and adapting to the impact of climate change on security, Canada has stepped up to host a NATO Center of Excellence on this topic. And I think initially it's hard when you think about climate change and security, but a lot of research is needed. And I think that the presentations we had today are excellent in terms of moving us forward. There's a couple of key areas just that come to mind. One is, what is the kind of training, equipment choices, and preparations that are required that will allow us to adapt and to an increasingly climate-disrupted future? And also, we know that military is one of the largest institutional users of fossil fuels. So we have to start thinking about how is it that we can actually reduce emissions there. And I think we also heard about fragile states and the impact of climate change and the future and that impact on security. So my question to Congresswoman Sanchez is, in terms of the military being one of the largest institutional users of fossil fuels, we know that there's a lot of military equipment that's created in the United States. What are some of the steps that's actually taking place there? Maybe if you could help us with that. And I think to Ms. Felon, thank you for your excellent presentation. We know that women are huge sources of knowledge about what's happening in their regions, in their community, around terrorism, around what's happening on the ground. But how do we work with women within cultures that don't allow women to be empowered? So how do we move forward, if you have any tips around that? Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Linda Sanchez to answer the question, please.
Sure. The use of fossil fuels for military, military success is perhaps one of the hardest things to try to get at in terms of changing and ways in which we can try to mitigate climate impacts. Transportation sectors traditionally rely on fossil fuel. But I believe that as technology improves and we find other ways of, utilizing renewable energy or electrified vehicles, that will be something that increasingly, I believe, we will have capability on the military side. The technology isn't there yet, but we're moving in that direction, and we are seeing, longer battery storage capability, et cetera. But it's going to take, investments in technology and research and development to get us to a place where we are not so reliant on simply fossil fuel for transportation, and in particular within the military.
Thank you, but before giving the floor to Ms. Felin, let me say hello to our colleague, Jerry Connolly. Welcome, President. Thank you. And Ms. Felin, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sure. That's it's a good question, and we know that here is where the barriers come. But we also know that women are very resilient and find always a way to get together and to play a role at the community level. Very often we focus on the lack of women and decision-making level, and it's important, it's relevant. We need to lead by example. We need to have our population fully represented in the decision-making process. But at the same time, women find ways to get together, to work at community level. And very often, even in society where they are not allowed to play a role, at community level, they are very much respected in different ways in different countries. So based on my previous experience working with civil society and coming now in an institutional position, I would say that when it's important to create safe space of dialogue, maybe not even in a visible at the beginning, so to protect them, because something I have experienced when working with women and trying to push to have more women in visible position, we know that there are consequences and then putting them at risk. So when human rights defenders have been killed several in the past years because of their fights for democracy and gender equality. So I think that as a decision makers, it's important that we have this very clear in mind when we engage with women and when we want to challenge the structure of the society. But this doesn't have to be a barrier in the sense that it has to be taken into consideration. So for me, listening to women, it's the more important things that we now have tools to do. We can have this, engaging in a private way throughout the technology, and listening to the message and to the concern is important. Women need to share experience among them. Peer-to-peer learning is extremely important. So my advice is always to tackle the problem at different level. The political one is the high level, but also the experience sharing and the mutual support and the mentoring is extremely important. So there are different ways of doing that. There are networks all across the world, and women really enjoy to listen to experience from the others and feel empowered. So when they are isolated or alone in their own country, communities, or even if they are the only one as parliamentarian or speaking in a committee, knowing that there is a network outside is the support they need to feel less lonely physically in the room. So it happened to all of us, I suppose, to be the only woman in the room, but knowing that we have our sisters outside supports us. For me, when it comes to politicians, diplomats, my suggestion, and colleagues as well, is always when you travel or when you engage on some topics, especially when you don't work on women, peace and security, and gender equality, remember to invite women to your bilateral talks or just to listen to them. And it's very important. So there are small steps and small actions to be done, but to give the right consideration. And if women cannot come physically, you can find, today COVID, what the positive side of COVID is that it showed the way that we can engage across the world without moving. And so it's important for them to break this barrier, if they cannot travel or are not allowed to, but to be still engaged and take into, that their voice and their concern take into consideration.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. And now I give the floor to Rodrigue Deneuze from Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I speak in French, more for some comments than for questions. I
would like to thank the two speakers today for their excellent presentation. And I have to say, I'm very glad that NATO is finally focusing on climate change. And extremely glad as well that our committee is particularly looking at it through this report. So I would like to warmly thank Linda Sanchez and the team that has put a lot into work into this report on climate change. As you said, it's a crucial topic at the moment. I would like to underline 2 points here that were particularly positive in the report. I read it with a lot of attention. Firstly, climate change is an accelerator of conflict. Therefore, it makes absolute sense that NATO focuses on it. And I think this is very well highlighted in the preliminary draft report that we have here today. And therefore, we must keep on with our work in that direction. And then, secondly, and I would like to link this with the presentation of Mrs. Feline, indeed, it's an accelerator of inequalities, and gender inequalities even more so. And I think this report really highlights this vicious circle of climate change, which affects first and foremost people who are vulnerable and people who are subject to inequality, so gender inequalities and racial inequalities. And that's a particularly important point, especially in conflict situations. But I also wanted to underline a couple more points that we could have in mind, maybe in light of improving the final version of this report. This is why I took the liberty of taking the floor and hear you on that. So first question, which is more linked to terminology, two words, but nonetheless important. We speak of climate migrants. And I think we should use the word climate refugees rather than climate migrants. Because here we're talking about people who leave, who flee a country because they have no choice. Therefore, I really would like for us to insist on that point. When we leave a country because of climate reasons, it's not because we want to, but because we have no other option, we have no choice. Therefore, that's why I would like to use climate refugee. And then, second point, I think we need, on this report, to insist even more on the whole energy challenges. And that's also a segue into the previous presentation and to what our Canadian colleague said. Currently, there is a dependency on fossil fuel and also the link with security. And here you spoke about the military impact and our dependency on fossil fuel. Here, I think there's a topic that we need to look into, to dig more into. Indeed, we see how difficult it is to implement harsh sanctions on Russia because we're too energy dependent. And therefore, that's another important challenge on which we might need to insist a bit more in the report, and this is linked to climate change. So these were the few points that I wanted to put forward, but thank you once again for your remarkable work.
Linda, the floor is yours.
Yeah, you make excellent points, and I agree with you on all of them. I think the term climate refugee is a more apt description of people that are fleeing because they have nothing. And it's interesting, the three presentations today, the one that preceded mine and the one that succeeded mine, are all linked. And I think you're right, the report can draw sort of closer links between all three of those issues. And I look forward to talking with you later about how we make that stronger in the report. But thank you for your comments.
Ms. Fellin, if you have comments on this, no?
I agree with the question of the language.
Under these circumstances, let me give the floor to our distinguished colleague, Joël Garriot-Maillon from France. Please, Joël.
Oui, merci. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to take the floor to thank you and to congratulate you for your two excellent presentations. I would first turn to Linda Sanchez, whose report is absolutely essential and was absolutely remarkable. Of course, you highlighted the importance, dear Linda, of understanding and communicating about the threats brought about by climate change for the civilian security of our allies. And we know full well that disinformation and theories are being spread over all social media channels. And although the entire scientific community is saying things that are completely opposite to this disinformation, and these lies are being condemned. So here's my question. How can we better fight against this disinformation? Now, of course, there is education from the youngest age. We could also put in place sanctions. So I just wanted to know what could be elaborated, what could be developed in order to overcome these issues, these conspiracy theories. And then my second question goes to Madam Fellin. Thank you very much for your very thorough presentation. You highlighted the fact that it is important to help women have decision-making positions, high-level positions, and you also mentioned the impact of climate change on women and children who are the first victims. And here as well, I'd like to ask you, in your experience and in your studies of these topics, were you able to tease out any good practices? Would you have any concrete suggestions for the different states which we could implement in our different national and collective plans?
Sure. The issue of disinformation or misinformation is a very complex one, and there are a number of things that we can do to try to help combat that. Something that should be going on now is educating young children about how they find news sources and how do you sort of scratch the surface of where this information is coming from to make sure that people are getting their information from a reliable source, teaching children about what is a reliable source versus something that is not. There are, in the States, a number of different things that are happening. There are organizations that actually go through and try to, combat misinformation by identifying it and notifying the platforms that this misinformation is being spread on, that there is false content, and then we do rely, I think, oftentimes too much on the platforms themselves to police the content, which I don't think is strong enough or sufficient enough. So there are internal debates right now on how do we hold people accountable for the misinformation or disinformation that is spread on some of these platforms. But it's a very difficult issue to get at because many people get their news sources from what we consider non-traditional news sources anymore. People don't read print media anymore. They don't, or they watch news that's biased to some degree without understanding. There doesn't seem to be any common recognition of what is a neutral news source anymore. So it's very difficult, but I do think that there are steps that can be taken in the context of imminent extreme weather. We need to be prepared to be able to warn residents when to be able to have the technology to be forewarned and then to disseminate information quickly to people who are most likely to be impacted so that they have an opportunity to prepare for an extreme weather event. And that is something that we are working on within the United States, is our capabilities for predicting these events and pushing information out quickly so that people can better prepare for them.
Thank you, Linda. Ms. Fallon, do you have any comments on?
Oui. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec.
Yes, I entirely agree with what has been said. However, my impression is that there is still a gap or a sort of distance between the political discussions and people's everyday lives. From the political standpoint, regarding the gender issue, I think we should have more women special envoys. We could have a 50% ratio, 50-40. 50% would be ideal, of course, because this would allow for different perspectives to be included. Since women are the most affected by climate change, for example, it would be important to have more women in these groups to have their perspective. And then there is the matter of education. I think that a lot is being done in schools, but the issue is that the education of adults is lacking. And I see this with my own sons. The new generation understands things much more rapidly somewhere. There is a hands-on approach. However, if the parents are not educated in the same way, 2 days ago, for example, I was at the theatre and my 7-year-old daughters presented a play which was prepared by the school. And it was a play about ecology, about the climate. Many initiatives were started. For example, they cleaned gardens. This was organized by the schools, and they were picking up plastic. They were told not to buy plastic bottles. But the thing is that if the parents don't do this at home as well, this education sort of gets lost. And I think it's important to work at community level as well, because people do communicate and they share this information. And then this information tends to fade away, and then a climate disaster happens. So I think that when we speak of education, I think we should speak of education for the whole of society and not just for children, because otherwise we will end up speaking different languages about this.
Now, let me give the floor to our distinguished colleague, President Connolly. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for an excellent set of presentations. And I congratulate particularly my colleague, Ms. Sanchez, for her fine work. And I also want to associate myself with our friend from Belgium and his remarks about climate change. I did want to address gender, because I think the points you make are absolutely correct. And it is about making sure we have a broader perspective, but it's also about power structure. It's about finally, looking at the fact that half the world are women, and the power structure needs to reflect that fact. And we need to do that here in NATO. We need to do that here at NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I'm proud of the fact that Congresswoman Sanchez, I believe, is the first head of the U.S. delegation to be a woman. I'm proud of the fact that Roxandra Papa is the first Secretary General of NATO PA, I believe, to be a woman. On our bureau, we now have a working majority of women. But our delegations still need better gender balance. We still need to be addressing that power structure. So all of us, I hope, will take your words to heart that we need to really double down so that we reflect the nations, populations we represent. We know that in some part we don't control all of that, because ultimately this is a body made up of elected officials and we can't dictate who gets elected. But trying to really continue to be diligent about and sensitive to the need for both gender perspectives as we perceive, and to do a better job of the balance in that regard, I think is very important for us as we move forward. We have to move beyond lip service and move to action. So we've tried to do it, and we've made some progress in NATO Parliamentary Assembly, but we have work to do. And I take your words to heart, and I hope everybody will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. You have comments? No?
Well said, Jerry.
This is a very good comment. And,
yes, Ms. Sanchez, I'm not stupid.
Ms. Fellin?
Yes, I would like to add some. Thank you, first of all, for your words. That's very important. This is a battle that we have to fight together, and not one against the others, but it's really something. The changes will come when women and men will work together. So it's not a question of replacing men by, men replaced by women, but it's a new way of doing our politics. You pointed correctly that it's a question of being elected. So one suggestion, one recommendation would be to support more women to run for office. So this is one of the ways to also educate young women about the possibility to have an active role within their society, and also it's a strata. Each country has a different status, but we know there are powers within the parties as well. So it's not only that they are not convinced, but sometimes they are not allowed, or they don't have the same economical means to do it. So this would be one way to translate these words and the lip service into action supporting women, and also looking at diversity. It's not because we talk about women that one woman can represent all women. So there are different elements and intersectionality that come in, ethnicity, age, and education. So it's important to look at all these elements, and I think that if there is willingness, programs, for young politicians, schools, there are several schools and think tanks also supporting this, or political parties. So this is a concrete way to demonstrate that this commitment then it's real. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. And now from Netherlands, Ms. Belnay.
Thank you, President. And thank you for your both presentations. Sometimes it feels when we're talking about climate and women, some people look at me, Selima, we are busy, there's a war. So whether you're talking about climate and women, this is not the moment. I've heard that argument a lot of times, even when I tried in the Dutch parliament years ago to get more room in policy to also have a vision on climate, energy reduction and women. It took me a long time. Finally, a lot of people are convinced, so I'm really happy. But I'm also worried because in your report, and I'm agreeing with my Belgian colleague, there's a lot of good visions on what to do, what the problems are. But what I miss is an explicit argument to also use this time to invest in military equipment, which is really reducing our use of fossil fuels. Because also for that, it is clear that a lot of countries are investing extra, more. But they feel they are in a sort of time rush, so there's no time to invest in innovation. There's no time to perhaps buy new military equipment with other countries. And that worries me because it feels like we're throwing away a lot of money, being aware of what we're facing, and also in 10 years, it's no use to buy any military equipment if we will have problems with our fossil fuels, which is also strange because it's already been proven that's a problem, besides the fact that it costs lives. It did cost lives in Afghanistan because we were not aware of the fact it could be wise to be not depending on fossil fuels. So perhaps there's some room in the final report to make that remark, so also to combine debates that are in our other committee. Concerning the women, peace and security agenda, of course I'm really happy we're making steps, but I'm also looking for a way how we can make this a topic for most spokespersons for military and defense, as if they would talk about, for instance, an USS Zumwalt or a best fight fighter. To see this as a really important, these are military equipments, which we tend to focus on. It's important to have the right military equipment, and we don't see this agenda as a sort of military equipment. It saves lives. It's that simple. It makes us more effective in military operations. So why it's always been seen as something that's besides our regular way of perceiving how we operate in our military missions? Perhaps you can also tell us your vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Linda?
Yeah, the sort of topic of the report was more on what the expected impacts of climate change will be and how we can prepare for them. And it didn't occur to me actually in the report that military equipment is largely dependent upon fossil fuel. Again, the technology isn't quite there yet in terms of replacing military equipment with, that doesn't rely on fossil fuel with renewable energy or clean energy. But that is certainly an area that we can, explore further and report on, or expand the report to mention, because it makes sense. But we are going to have to make those investments, and I think, over time as technology improves, there will be, the capability to have more military equipment that is, runs on renewable energy.
Thank you. Ms. Feren?
Thank you for raising this point. I was working at NATO in the same office 10 years ago when the position was created as an advisor. And this problem was mentioned for the first time. Almost nobody had women equipment. So I came back recently, so I'm sorry to hear that the problem is still there. I just started and I haven't, had the time to go deep into with every alliance, see where they are in development of, female equipment. But I'm rest assured that I will raise this during my bilateral visits and make this an important point. I agree with you. We always talk about the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda because this makes the alliance more efficient. And this is our motto. This is why we do, not only a question of rights, but this is because we perform better. And this is an extremely important point, the one you mentioned. So I'm sure that there has been developments and improvements, but as you mentioned, maybe not to the same level in all our allies So I will take time to look at the different countries, but it's a good point, as you mentioned, to raise this and to make this more visible in case some countries would are not developed tailor-made and gender equipment for men and women. Thank you.
Thank you. Now from Iceland, our colleague Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Well, first, following President Connolly's point about gender representation at the Assembly. Now, I'm from Iceland, one of the gender champions of the world, but it's 3 out of 3 men on our delegation because we don't have any system in place within Parliament to ensure that we have proper representation in international committees. And it really goes to show what Ms. Fillion was saying, that we don't really get systemic change unless we have a system to change the system. So we'll take that home with us. I have 3 points I'd like to raise following your interventions and the report. First, you mentioned in the report the need for additional resources. I'm wondering if that really represents the fact that climate action is just the new norm. Shouldn't government spending just be part of the 2% that it's allocating for defense rather than in addition to it? Because that might even give the impression that the climate aspect isn't a core task of anything that the government or anything that we in human society do. It's not something we add on to what's already being done, but it's a core element of it. And just citing the April IPCC report, I mean, financing climate action is one of the big things that the IPCC is worried about. And they mentioned that just moderate reductions in military spending, which may involve conflict resolution and cross-country agreements on arms limitations, could free up considerable resources for achieving SDG goals. So coming from the IPCC side, people would say, yeah, just reduce the military spending and use the money for proper climate action. So it's a bit of a dilemma we might want to go into in the report when it finally comes out. Now, the second point relating to the report is you mentioned sort of the 2 areas of NATO objectives. It's climate action on one hand and resilience on the other. Just focusing on climate action, are we looking at NATO's own operations, which are minuscule, or the military operations of all member states, which have huge climate consequences? And that, again, brings us to the military emissions gap, the complete lack of reporting on how much the military all around the world is emitting. It's estimated to be like 6% of global emissions, which is triple what global aviation is emitting. So just taking the step of reporting this would be huge. And that brings me to the special representative and whether the tools that have been developed there to mainstream gender into NATO structures and have that sort of seep through into member states, whether that's a lesson we can learn something from when it comes to mainstreaming climate action into the structures. You have the Women, Peace and Security Action Plan that provides guiding principles that not only affect NATO HQ, but also have something to say with what the member states do. And that's sort of the big barrier we need to cross. We need to be able to say something coherently to all member states when it comes to these big cross-cutting issues. So that's, yeah, the three things I'd like to raise.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Linda, the floor is yours.
Yeah, three very relevant points. I would just say that, this is the opportunity that we have now to integrate climate change issues into our next strategic plan. We are at this crossroads, and we have the opportunity, it exists now, to do that so that it's not climate change on the one hand and defense on another, but it's integrated. How do we integrate those two things together? And that I think, if we are able to do that, then NATO can become, the lead organization to respond to climate change. And, it impacts our security and increasingly will impact our security. So it's a part of I believe, our core mission. If we are going to defend against threats, we have to integrate thought about how do we, reduce climate impacts, how do we prepare for climate impacts, how do we create resilience in others for climate impacts as well.
Thank you. Ms. Felin, do you have any comments?
Yes. It's difficult for me to say because, the new, as we mentioned, this both the new the current action plan was endorsed in October last year, and also the one on climate change where the gender perspective are included. So we are now starting the reporting. So it will be easy in a few times. So we are now collecting the first periodic report for this, the first 8 months. And so we will know then if there is some lessons learned. As you pointed out correctly, the action plan on the WPS has an impact direct from my colleagues, from us at the HQ, but then has responsibilities for HLIs. So in the reporting now, we are collecting, and I think it will take this year to see where we are and if there are lessons learned. What I think would be good to do is to connect our NATO's policies and the connection between gender and climate change, and try to see if there can be a reference in National Action Plan for the implementation of 1325. So what I'm trying to do this for each topic now, we cannot impose things, but of course the way where we can work is to demonstrate and show the relevance of certain topic and to be of support of delegation and at national level. And this is how then our work at NATO can have an impact on national policies. Otherwise, we end up with having a 1325 national action plan, but then we have one at NATO and you don't see the connection. So it's like two different documents. At the end, this is not, because 1325 is one agenda, and then we can develop our national documents because we are countries in different contexts and we have different needs. But when it comes to the NATO and the climate, this should be connected with the national action plan, where very often then funding are also available. Not all countries have funding, dedicated funding, but it's often is now more and more frequent. So I would say that if you can bring this, as a message back home, this would have an impact and also leverage the work that NATO is doing in this field.
Thank you very much. And now let me invite to address questions or to make comments our colleague from Germany, Ms. Pellerberg.
Thank you very much. I'd really like to join my colleagues in thanking you for your work, especially the presentation and the report. And I think it's a really important contribution to especially mainstreaming both climate and gender and together as well. And before coming to my main aspect, I'd really also like to thank you, my colleague from Iceland, for the aspect of the 2% and climate, because I think it's really important to talk about that issue as well. And then Mr. Connolly touched upon another subject, and the representation that we've already talked about. And I'd really like to address, how do we get to the intersectional approach of feminist foreign and security policy in this context? So, I mean, we touched upon the issue of us being elected officials, but what else can we do? Is like next to pushing more women and diverse candidates in being elected, and how do we address the existing power imbalance, not just being about gender, but also race, religion, age, wealth, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any comments from you, Linda?
Yeah, well, I don't have a silver bullet magic answer to everything that you've just raised, but I mean, setting goals and expectations, I think, is the first step. And I always tell people when we talk about gender equality or racial equality, you cannot improve that which you do not measure. So the first base point is you have to measure what percentage of any body is women or racial minorities, and then you have to set goals and really hold people accountable for trying to make those changes and improve those numbers. And I think you don't stop until you see an elected body that reflects the people that it represents. I mean, in the United States Congress, when I was first elected 20 years ago, women were 14% of the members of Congress. We are now 25, so it's improved, but it's taken 20 years to improve by about 10%, which is not that great. And there are a number of initiatives that we are working on to try to help recruit women to run for office and to take leadership positions. But we can preach about the way that things should be, but we have to take concrete steps to try to begin changing those structures. And I think, setting goals and holding people accountable are, one of the ways in which we can move faster towards that equity.
Thank you, Linda. Ms. Fellin?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the question of $1 million, because it's really the question. So my fight is really what I would like to see I'm not saying at the end of my mandate, but as part of this journey, is that we stop addressing this as an add-on issue. I mean, this is the point, and I think that we all agree on that. We do things, we do the action plan, and then, as I said, we forget that we already had the existing mechanism, and we need to merge the two. One of the questions I have been receiving these first months is that if I think that the special representative position will last forever. My question, no, it shouldn't. I mean, now it's important, it's necessary, but our objective would be to have this really mainstream, so to have each and every division have the right knowledge and have this automatism, this reflection to integrate a gender perspective. So, but we are not there yet. So we need special representatives, we need special envoys, we need somebody who comes and reminds that when we tackle an issue, it can be climate change, energy, on health and security, we need still to have a gender perspective. And this, what I would like to see from decision maker is to have this done. So when we do events, not to say, oh, we miss a woman, we have nobody talking about this. So we need this side event to talk about gender. So I think it's still important to have a focus. It's still relevant because there are many things to be said, and then so a dedicated space is important. As I said at the beginning, for many women, and especially if we involve civil society representative, is a safe space. Women still feel this need to network and be together. But then when we want to change the political dynamics, we need to have the gender perspective included. And you don't need to have a special representative to talk about this. You need competent experts and colleagues, men and women, having this as part of their presentation of the report. So this is how things have to evolve. So we still need to have this part. diversity, and then also to support diversity in terms of, I look at the television, at the program, so to ensure that when, it's not inviting one woman, but it's making sure that diverse women and diverse men are part of the conversation, because when we look at different perspectives, we mean the diversity from in every sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let me give the floor to Mr. Slavov from Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank both speakers about their illuminating speeches and reports. My question goes to Linda Sanchez, and it's about balancing three issues. First, the need to adapt to climate change and measures to adapt to climate change. For instance, European Union has very ambitious program Fit for 55. And this is mandatory for all EU member states. Of course, NATO is not only EU member states, there are more member states to consider different climate change policies. On the other side, we need to care about energy security and independence, especially in the eastern flank of NATO. For instance, Bulgaria is heavily dependent on Russian gas and oil. Also, it is dependent on domestic coal sources. And on the third side, the need to ensure as politicians affordable prices for energy supply, especially in times that these prices are rising almost each day. So in order to implement a very ambitious plan for climate change, some of the countries in the region need to close or to limit the coal power plants, and also need to consider alternative supply of gas and oil, alternative to Russia. And sometimes it's very hard to have the three things all together. And probably we need a specific approach for countries which are on the eastern flank, given the security threats we face. And maybe on the NATO parliamentary level, we need to adapt our plans for climate change in order to take into account the specific needs of the countries in the eastern flank of NATO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda?
Yeah, it is a very good point. Energy sort of reliance hits each country a little bit differently, and clearly there is the issue of the eastern flank of NATO, and we need to develop systems that can allow you to have alternate sources and reliable sources, and that's something that we all should be working towards, because it's in all of our interests to make sure that that is the case.
Ms. Felin, do you have any comment?
Nothing to add.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last colleague that expressed his intention to address questions or to make comments during this panel is Mr. Morland from Norway.
Thank you for two very good presentations. I guess my comment and question also goes to Linda Sanchez and her presentation. I'll start by saying that, yes, indeed, we need to accelerate the work with getting down the fossil fuel emissions, energy emissions, and it's a matter of security. I also guess that my colleagues from both Belgium and Bulgaria mentioned some of the dilemma we are in it, but we also see a different kind of security challenge now when it comes to transforming from fossil to renewable energy through the war in Ukraine. Since we are in big part of Europe so depending on Russian energy, it makes us kind of financing indirectly part of the war they are doing in Ukraine, and that is a big problem. And at the same time, as my colleague from Bulgaria mentioned, we are closing down fossil energy and nuclear plants as a part of the common goals to achieve these climate goals. In Norway now, we see a huge demand for Norwegian gas. We deliver whatever we can, but still it's not enough to replace the Russian gas. And that is also a question of security in the time until we get to a level where there is sufficient new green renewable energy. And also in the last year, even in Norway, not just Bulgaria, we have seen electricity prices for private households skyrocketing. This is an enormous challenge for every government, I think. But in worst case, it would also create political instability in our countries, and indeed it increases the inequalities that we see in Norway even when it comes to people with good, strong economy and those with not as much. So those are also, I think, two things we have to take into consideration when we are talking about this aspect and security. So my question to Sanchez is, how do we handle best those two dilemmas until we get to the point where we have sufficient new green renewable energy that eliminates the need of Russia, for instance, in this case, as a deliverer for energy, and also secures that it isn't those with the smallest pockets with less money that has to pay the highest price for this transition that we are in now.
Thank you very much, Linda.
Yeah, and again, I don't have a magic bullet answer to that, but as an alliance, we need to work with one another to provide that which, is necessary. That, we don't want to be financing wars. We don't want to be reliant on non-democratic entities for energy, and I think everybody's woken up to that fact. I think very much the war in Ukraine has highlighted the fact that, wow, we've been talking about energy independence for many years, and we've been talking about climate change for many years, but they are all interconnected, and we really need to stop talking about it and start figuring out a plan in which we can all assist one another with, long and short-term energy needs, and figure out a path to get us where we need to be in terms of energy independence. And it's not an easy path. It's not something that I think can happen overnight, but it's something that we need to really, we've delayed long enough. I remember as a child in the 1970s, when there was an world energy crisis and prices were very expensive. In California, if your license plate was an odd number, you could go get gasoline on certain days, and if it was an even number, you could go on certain days. And even if you went just on the days when you were allowed, the lines stretched for miles because there was scarcity. And we should have learned from then in the US. We should have taken concrete steps. But every time we tried, the oil and gas industries, have a lot of money. They lobby very heavily, and just talked about, we just need to produce more domestic oil. That's not the answer. The answer was we need to find alternatives so we're not dependent on that. So I think we've all woken up to the fact that this is very real, and for many reasons it makes a lot of sense. But in terms of time frame, I don't know how quickly we can get to a place where we're not so reliant on fossil fuels, but we've got to make the attempt and we've got to start now.
Thank you. Ms. Ferin?
No.
No further comments. Thank you very much, Congresswoman Sanchez, for your excellent report, and thank you, Ms. Ferin, for sharing your insights with us today. And thank you, dear colleagues, for your interest in this panel and for your contributions to what I consider a very interesting discussion. Let me ask you for an agreement to alter a little our program, our schedule, and to have the coffee break now at 11:15 until 11:30, and to start the new panel at 11:30, because we have the possibility of listening to Olga Vitalia Stefanskaya, Deputy Prime Minister for European Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine. So if you agree, we'll start our next panel at 11:30 until 12:30. Thank you very much, and enjoy the coffee during the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Hello, do you see me? Do you hear me?
Please, distinguished colleagues, let's take our places, because in a few seconds we'll use Zoom to listen to Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine. I think we can proceed. Our colleagues from the technical staff are ready to start the transmission? Yes? Dear colleagues, on this panel, we'll discuss about Russia's violations of international human rights and humanitarian law in its unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine. We'll have as interlocutor Olha Vitalyevna Stefanishna, Deputy Prime Minister for European Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, Government's Coordinator for Humanitarian Aid. We are delighted to welcome her, even in these times, and let me say that she is the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration and the Government's Coordinator for Humanitarian Aid. Prior to taking up her current role, in 2020 she had held high-level positions at the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine and at the Government Office for Coordination of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. It is a pleasure to have her with us today. She will brief us on Russia's violations of international human rights and humanitarian law in the context of its unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine. Ms. Stefanishna, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Just yesterday, I was offline to participate in the other parts of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly meeting, and I'm really grateful to the colleagues for putting a particular attention to and focus on the humanitarian side of this war, which has started throughout all of the territory of Ukraine since 24th of February. Indeed, a lot of crimes has already been committed on the eastern part of the Ukraine and in Crimea since the beginning of the war in 2014. But of course, since 24th of February, the gravity and the massiveness of this crime has not only surprised but has put on the whole world into the shock. Before I start operating with the specific numbers in this distinguished community, I wanted just to present the context of these numbers. Basically, in the very beginning of the full-scale war, just after the first 10 days of war, when Russia has clearly failed to deliver on the announced blitzkrieg to get the control over central authorities in Ukraine, in Kiev, this war has been transferred to the war against civilians. because the first 10 days of war didn't allow to get control over any of the biggest cities of Ukraine or the regional centers. People were coming out of the street with the Ukrainian flags. They would refuse to obey the occupants or any other elements of occupation of a hybrid nature. Because Russian soldiers, apart from threatening, torturing, and basically murdering some members of the family, they were spreading some of the propaganda and information, forcing people to obey the agenda they tried to put in a specific areas they entered to or got into the control. So the resistance of Ukrainian people and failure to get control by military sources of Kiev has basically transferred the strategy of this war in Moscow to the war against civilians. And these were the days where we all started to face a severe crimes, which has nearly been all possible war crimes committed on a territory of one country since the end of the World War II. And here it is very important that there's been a lot of discussions now with which terms to operate, whether it's a genocide or it's not a genocide. What we can confirm is that we did our best to make sure that we've collected all the evidence testifying for commitment of the crimes I will be mentioning further, and the criminal justice would definitely give its answers. But those crimes which has been committed in past against the civilian population, against the nation, targeted to eliminate the nation and in a specific land, they used to be called genocide. So while there's no other let's say, terminology invented, we used to call things by their names. And in fact, since the beginning of this aggression, the number of civilians who's been killed by Russian army on the territory of Ukraine is more than 2 times higher than the numbers of those losses we have among armed forces. Just to give you an example, in Mariupol, according to our information, we have more than 20,000 of people who has been murdered or died from hunger following the occupation of Mariupol by Russian Federation. So this context gives us the understanding of the purposefulness of these crimes committed, and I want to pay your attention, especially when it comes to the crimes and the humanitarian issues of other nature related to tortures or sexual crimes of sexual nature, sexual violence in conflict. We do not treat these crimes as individual crimes of the Russian soldiers. In fact, it is already confirmed by UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict that sexual violence is part of the general purposeful targeted actions to demoralize the civilian population, and this is how it should be treated. It should not be treated through the prism of bad persons doing bad things. This is a purposeful action targeted against civilian population. So since the beginning of war, of course, the bombing and the breaking the logistic chains and basically air attacks and land attacks throughout all of the area of Ukraine affected a major humanitarian crisis and humanitarian needs and humanitarian aid throughout all of the regions of Ukraine. The first 24 hours, we have opened the humanitarian staff in the government of Ukraine, organized the collection of the 24/7 data on the existing needs of the region, and getting the distribution of the ongoing assistance from the countries and organizations to Ukraine, to those the most vulnerable region. Almost at the same time, just a couple of days after the beginning of the war, when some of the territories of Ukraine has been under occupation, like Sumy region, like Chernihiv, like Mariupol, and some areas in Kharkiv. The second round of the bilateral negotiations between Ukraine and Russia has been with the point of the agenda related to humanitarian corridors. Some of them has been established. In some areas, people and Ukrainian authorities has been evacuating people under shellings and bombings, taking all the risk, but also willing to survive and willing not to be subjected to tortures or any other crimes under occupation, including Kyiv area. You all know. So, but to some extent at this stage, when most of the countries has provided Ukraine and individuals and companies has provided Ukraine with a significant amount of humanitarian assistance, and humanitarian vulnerability is growing less, while the needs are still there, especially in those areas which are deoccupied, we expect that such organizations like United Nations system organizations and the International Red Cross organization and World Food Program would play a stronger role in making sure that the regions of Ukraine are ensured with all the necessary humanitarian assistance. Basically, in this context, we have a unique situation where Ukraine has remained fully operational as a government. We have a fully operational parliament, banking and financial systems, all the social services, registers, and a fully operational government. This is a unique situation for a country in a full-scale war. That's why we've readjusted our cooperation with international organizations, and now all of the UN, Red Cross, and the World Food Program organizations, they are working closely in the government, with the government, to make sure that we address all the necessary cash payments and distribution of the humanitarian assistance to those most vulnerable regions. Although still it is very complicated to negotiate on a specific humanitarian corridors in the areas occupied by Russian Federation. We very often do not have access to those areas which are under their control. Thus, we are unable to provide people with the assistance they need at this specific time. Also, since the beginning of the full-scale war on 24th of February, dozens and thousands of civilians lost their lives, as I've said, including 241 child, according to the official information as of May 27th. This has been a number I've mentioned, and more than twice more those who wounded or have lost the parts of their bodies or has been in a very bad health condition. Daily, dozens of innocent civilians are killed and wounded. Nearly 220,000 of people have already lost their homes all around Ukraine. Of course, it is not a secret now for everybody that Russia brutally violates basic principles of international humanitarian law. We encourage you to recognize, again, Russia as a country sponsor of terrorism, and we welcome the decision of the Parliament of Lithuania, particularly on May 10th, to make this decision. Because what is happening on our territory is far from being called just a war. Again, we have faced all the possible war crimes except of the nuclear bomb shelled on our territory. We now have in our vocabulary such words as a filtration camp, forceful deportation of the thousands and dozens of thousands of people of Ukraine, sexual violence and crime, tortures. Among those people who has been identified in Kyiv region only after gaining the control of the territory, we identified more than 1,300 bodies. 85% of which were just shelled in their head and had their hands tied on their backs. So they were just targeted and killed. And we have identified also more than 900 Russian soldiers who have been committing these crimes. And I understand that not all of you have been to Ukraine and have been able to see it with your own eyes, but we cannot simply go on calling what is happening on our territory just a war. This is a terrorism. This is a genocide. The war situation, of course, remains in Mariupol, as you all know. This is the city which has been become an example of the severity and destruction Russia brings to any land which also shows that there's no willingness or any commitment to rebuild those territories which are gained control of. Because Mariupol, for example, has been destroyed for 95%. More than, again, 20,000 of civilians lost their lives through the Russian attacks and blockade there. And more than 440,000 were forcefully deported to Russia without ability for us or any other international organization to know where these people are placed, what their destiny is, and in which conditions they're held. Their fate remains unknown. However, we managed to establish a humanitarian corridor and vacate all civilians from the Azovstal. Again, it's very complicated now to speak about the conditions of those civilians and the military units of Azov who has been evacuated. Still, we are really happy that those wounded, those affected needed the medical treatment. They are provided with the necessary medical treatment, but none of us can now be confident about the further destiny they will have following the discussions which are now taking place in Russian Federation. The situation on the temporarily occupied territories at this stage are nonetheless terrifying, although we do not have access to all the information at this stage. People, for example, in the Kherson area, they are not allowed to use the Ukrainian satellite connection. They've been followed through. They are not allowed to speak out freely. So we have limited access to information from Kherson. Because people are literally not only under military occupation, they are under the occupation of freedom. Having failed to suppress the resistance of the local population, the invaders unleashed repressions, and Russian troops brutally persecute local leaders, journalists, activists, believing that the elimination of Ukrainian local entities would break resistance and guarantee the loyalty of the residents in Russia. Nearly in all regions of Ukraine, and these are all the regions of Ukraine where Russians has been trying to get the control over a specific territory, the first targeted audience they reach are the local authorities of a smaller villages and smaller towns. And those who refuse to obey the regime and the occupation, they have been either kidnapped or tortured, or they have been murdered. In Chernigiv region, the woman who has been the head of the territorial unit, a very small village in Ukraine, she refused to obey the order, and they handed out her husband just in the middle of the breach, so all the village could see what would happen with everybody, and the family of everybody who would refuse to obey the regime. And then she and all of her family has been murdered. And we have this situation in each and every smaller region of Ukraine, and this is something we should not be seen as a surprise. I understand that it sounds a bit of surrealistic to you. It sounded, each and every case I know about sounds surrealistic to me, but this is the reality we face. We should recognize it and call things by its names. Just like NASA's, Russians have to step in so-called filtration camp for Ukrainians to carry out illegal deportation. On the 1st of May, Russia's Ministry of Defense reported about the transfer of 1,063,000 of Ukrainian people to Russia, including 193,000 of the Ukrainian children. Overall, Russian troops have destroyed and damaged 195 factories and enterprises, 400 healthcare facilities, 543 kindergartens, and 295 bridges in Ukraine. 126 educational institutions were entirely destroyed and 1,509 damaged. The railway stations and airports, power plants, fuel stations and oil refineries, food warehouses and water reservoirs continue to be targeted every day. Now they have started the new wave of destroyment. They attack the major factories and enterprises of Ukraine, trying to destroy the Ukrainian economy and got the opportunities for Ukraine to survive economically throughout this aggression. We also should keep in mind that while retreating, Russian troops set up mines on the Ukrainian territories, hiding them even in children's toys, furniture, dish, and the bodies of those who has been murdered and left lying on the streets. Due to a large scant amount of ammunition left by Russian occupiers, around 300,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory need humanitarian demining now. This is the more than territory of many of those states who are now listening to this discussion. And I think it's one of the important elements I want to bring to your attention while using this particular venue of the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO. Most of the destruction and the attacks against civilians has been done not through the land forces, not even through artillery, but by air attacks. For example, if we're talking about the theater in Mariupol who has been shelled, it has been shelled by 1-ton bomb targeted to get directly deep to the bomb shell to destroy civilian population. The residential buildings in Borodyanka, in Bucha, in Gostomel, in Kherson area, in Kharkiv, they has been attacked by air bombs, and most of the destruction has been affected by that. As well as it leaves us no room to protect because we do not have enough artillery, we do not have enough anti-air defense to make sure that we can protect our people, that we can protect our land, and we can defend the territory and regain the control over our territory. And that's why whenever there is a discussion in your capitals about the necessity to provide Ukraine with a very specific anti-air defense system, it's not about getting engaged into the war. It's protecting the lives of those who can be protected. And I want to remind you all that we are fighting with a very with a very overestimated army, with a very corrupt armed forces who have been very much demoralized, but still this is the second army in the world, and they have plenty of bombs, they have plenty of air defense, they have plenty of the long fight artillery needed, and it's very important that as long as Ukraine has necessary equipment and military equipment, we can protect the lives of our people, our cities and towns, and we can regain the control of our territory and throw back Russians to their land and to their soil. Thank you so much. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Ms. Stefanishna, for your absolutely impressive presentation and for making us better understand and have a complete picture of the disaster that Russia produced in Ukraine. I want you to know that on the agenda of our committee, the Ukraine was on the first place for since the beginning of the Russians attacking Ukraine, and you are not alone. Each and every person in this room is motivated and determined to offer support. And if we take into account that they represent their countries here in this format, you can rely on us. I'll invite my colleagues to address questions or to make comments. Until then, with your acceptance, I want to express some thoughts. Vice Prime Minister, I'm representing Romania in this Parliamentary Assembly, and as you know, we got involved in helping Ukraine from the very beginning. We produced the refugee hub in Suceava, in the northern part of Romania. Joel, I think, was there. Thank you, Joel, for showing interest. And I also, in the Romanian Parliament, deal with the all-party group of fighting against human trafficking. After the military aggression will stop, and we hope it will stop soon as we desire, we wish. The humanitarian problems will remain a period of time. I would like to know if you thought about the side effects. One of the side effects of the refugee crisis, for instance, is the fact that side crimes are associated with these movements of persons. For instance, human trafficking or forgery in documents and so on. Drugs, guns that are smuggled and so on. I want to know if you have this in mind and which formats will you use in order to get support and to tackle with these issues on one hand. And on the other hand, as Ukraine is subject to such a violent and brutal aggression, I would like to know how do you deal with let's say, orient and manage the help you received from abroad, taking into account that the infrastructure is under such a huge pressure from Russia. Thank you very much, and I will once again I express our solidarity with you. Thank you. The floor is yours now.
Thank you so much. Indeed, some of the issues of humanitarian nature we can address now. As you were mentioning, there's been some cases of organized crimes like human trafficking that have been identified or might be potentially identified. We've enacted all the mechanism of international criminal and civil cooperation, and we have a very good organized cooperation between ministers of interior of European Union, of the neighboring countries, but also we've enacted all the mechanism of Eurojust. So basically, the traceability of all the cases and prevention is there, and we did our best. And especially when it comes also to the forgery of documents. But some of the cases we of course are to address in a longer perspective, especially these are those related to rebuilding Ukraine, restoring Ukraine. Some of the areas are being now under reconstruction. Most of the people who fled out of the territory of Ukraine, they of course want to come back, and more than 1 million of people have already went back to the territory of Ukraine. And we should provide them with the necessary residential facilities and the conditions of life. But the other part is, of course, as any country in war, we would have those problems affected by war related to the organized crimes and some smuggling. Unfortunately, we will not be able to avoid it, not as a country, but as a continent generally. But here I want to put a very specific focus on the new formats, which has now been reestablished like for example, the Ramstein format of meetings, which is now nor EU, neither NATO format. This is a format which allows to coordinate, control, and facilitate the flow of the military support to Ukraine, which now, even at this stage, before the war is over, sets the ground for the accountability and the control over arms. And I think this is a very important thing that after the war will be transferred to a new system of the arms control. And I think that this is also a very positive element. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Prime Minister. And now let me invite to address questions or to deliver comments to our distinguished colleague from France, Joël Garrion-Maila.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
But before this, I want to ask Linda if she expressed the intention to, it seems to me that you raised your, well, thank you very much. Excuse me, Joel, for interrupting. The floor is yours.
It's me. Okay. Yes. Dear Miss Vice Prime Minister, dear Olga Stefanishvili, I just want to express how much it's an honor for us all to be listening to you. I mean, you've spoken with such tremendous force, dignity, and I must stress, I mean, Ukraine is in all our hearts and minds, and I'm absolutely sure I can say everyone in this room is so moved by what you said. I mean, we've been following what's happened in Ukraine for quite a long time now, since the beginning of the war, and I can pledge that all our countries want to help you as much as we can. I mean, I have no doubt on that. We are extremely, all of us, we're all behind you. What I wanted to ask you, because there's no doubt in your minds that there's a real genocide happening in Ukraine. I mean, what you've described is a perfect description of what a genocide is, but we know it's very difficult to defend that notion in international law. And I would like to ask you what the Ukrainian authorities have done to pursue the inquiries which are so necessary to assert this genocide and to make sure that these abject crimes by the Russians are punished in front of the law courts. Thank you so much, and once more, congratulations on what all you're doing, you and your people. We are so proud of you, and you've got your unanimous support.
Thank you, Jill, for your very emotional approach, and I give the floor to Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine in order to answer the questions addressed by my colleague. Please, the floor is yours, Vice Prime Minister.
Thank you so much. What I do is I represent my people, and whenever, and that's what I say to all the politicians and the leaders of the opinions I meet, that whenever you're going to sleep, you should sleep with understanding that you've done 100+ % of what you could to make sure that the suffering of those people who are suffering enormously of this war in Ukraine, they are not, this day has passed not in vain, and you did something to relieve this suffering and also to comply with the level of determination of the Ukrainian armed forces who are now on the far front of this fight. And indeed, the question you're asking is part of this determination, because when the whole world and us first and foremost have seen the amount of those crimes committed against the people of Ukraine, we were committed to make sure that those responsible will be held responsible, will be held accountable. Our intelligence has identified basically those units of the Russian armed forces who has been present in the areas most affected by the crimes. So the criminals has been identified. Our prosecutors and forensic has been working since the first hours of gaining back the control over the territory, together with the demining process in this area. And I'm really grateful, and I speak here also, retranslate the words of our prosecutors and the prosecutor general to the French forensic experts who has been really helpful and working hand in hand in a field since the very first days to identify and to collect and document all the information related to these crimes. We also have been we have engaged the Eurojust experts and the International Criminal Court prosecutors who has been working in Ukraine, including the forensic experts from different countries like, again, France and Slovakia, as I was mentioning. Also, after the regaining back the control over territories, also the first day, the UN Human Rights Mission has been working there basically for 24 hours in a very specific area to collect and document and identify the justification of these crimes. All of this has been collected. Thousands of criminal proceedings. It's like now it's around 15,000 of criminal proceedings has been initiated, and of course this data has been transferred to the European Court of Human Rights and the International Court of Justice, whereas the Hague prosecutor has already confirmed that this has been proceeded as a crime. And in fact, in Ukraine, 2 of the Russian officers has already been convicted, filed and accused of the crimes, and the court has already made a decision holding the 15 years imprisonment for a specific soldier who has been identified and has confirmed that he has been committing these crimes. So we do both. We ensure that the justice has been delivered by the national legislation in Ukraine, but we also proceed with the international institutions like International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, European Court of Justice, but also to these crimes, to these processes initiated by Ukraine. I'm sorry for being so long, but it's really important. Other countries, like, for example, Canada recently, they also provide the International Criminal Court with their data they have collected, testifying or witnessing that there's been a crimes committed by Russian Federation. So it's not only the data from Ukraine, this is also the data from the other countries. And also we have provided the information to the International Red Cross organization, who would have to present its report, which could also be part of the file of the International Criminal Justice. Although it takes very, very long to get those responsible accountable, we do our best to make sure that we identify each and every soldier who committed the crime and each and every officer who gave the order to commit these crimes, and to make sure that no name is left without responsibility.
Thank you, Vice Prime Minister. And now I give the floor to Linda Sanchez from the United States. Linda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for joining us, Madam Vice Prime Minister. There is no doubt that the Russian treatment of Ukrainian civilians has been brutal and criminal. We have heard reports of Ukrainians being taken into Russia, and I'm just curious if you have any information that you can share about that. And in addition, I just wanted to say that I think it is incredible that you are documenting, gathering evidence and preserving evidence for war crimes trials, because oftentimes if there are delays, the evidence is lost or people's memories are, they forget. And so I think it's incredible the amount of work that you are putting into trying to hold Russian soldiers accountable. But just curious if you can comment or add any additional information about civilians who are being taken into Russia.
Thank you, Linda. The Vice Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Indeed, we are also really grateful to this joint US and EU initiative to establish the specific group collecting the data on the war crimes and putting the most brilliant humanitarian lawyers we ever knew and could have identified. That's very important to us as regards to those civilians forcefully deported to the Russian Federation. So far, we can name the numbers of around 1 million of Ukrainian people. We are not able to verify this data. We can verify only the information about those children and elderly people, people with disabilities who has been forcefully deported from the municipal institutions. So these are also the hundreds of thousands of people. Unfortunately, neither Ukrainian side nor international organizations have the information about those people and their placement, the conditions of their lives. We also know that some of the people who agreed to leave the Ukraine through Russian territory, they're doing their best to get back to Europe, for example, through Latvia, to this territory, because they treat this opportunity of evacuation through Russia as the only way of survival. But unfortunately, many of them has to spend hours in filtration camps. Some of the families has been separated. Some of the men has been tortured. So it's a very, very risky task. And upon crossing the border and becoming present on the Russian territory, basically none of us can guarantee any of your rights and save any of those people.
Thank you very much. And now let me give the floor to Ms. Zerovich from Canada. I don't know if my pronunciation is what we expected.
I was going to say it's excellent, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
I also want to say a huge and warm thank you to our Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine. Not only it was great to see you the other day, I'm really grateful to you to address us today. And I share the excellent sentiments of my French colleague as well as our esteemed chairperson in our gratitude to have you share with us in great and necessary detail what is happening. It's very emotional and very painful to hear, but it's necessary for us to hear that it's not just a war, it is war crimes, it is genocide, it is forced deportation, it is sexual crimes, it is mass killings. So thank you for that. I'm also happy to hear that there's international groups that are coming to help validate the war crimes that are happening. It is critical that that's happening, and I'm very proud that Canada's also stepped up to support the documentation. I have two questions for you. You had mentioned Russians are committing the crimes. We've been hearing that Russia has also put out a call for some of their more friendlier nations to come and support and help Russia fight in Ukraine, so Syria, various other countries. Are you seeing any of that on the ground? So that's my first question. The second is we're also hearing about human trafficking and sex trafficking at the borders. Is that happening? And if you could shed some light on that, on what you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I can confirm the presence of different type of groups, a part of Russian soldiers in the area. Some of them are also of Syrian or any other Arabic origin. Some of them are different type of I don't know how correctly to say it in English, of private military entities like Wagner type. So they are from different nations and different origins. I would not name to undermine democratic order in a specific countries, but they are really from different countries, also of the post-Soviet territory. What is important is that they are very well equipped. They are equipped far much better than those soldiers of the Russian army, and this is also seen. As regards the human and sexual trafficking, indeed we have identified a number of cases, but I'm not very much, let's say, concerned about it as a systemic problem, because we have immediately taken all the necessary preventive measures to avoid the massive speculation on the people and women and girls who has been fleeing out to European Union throughout the territory from Ukraine. So we have the joint operational groups between Ukrainian and Polish, Romanian, Slovakian law enforcement. We have a network of information throughout the Eurojust, and we have the permanent exchange of information. And we have taken the specific informational and communicational measures to those people coming to the territory of the European Union, what to avoid, what not to be affected, and also upon crossing the border, our women and girls and the families crossing the border, they meet the consular representative on Ukrainian side, representatives of different international organizations who provide them with necessary information. So we did our best, to avoid the massive exploitation of our people and taking them as a hostage of the situation. But of course, some cases might happen, but we identify and monitor. And so far, as I've just had a bit more than a week ago, a discussion with the European Commission, this not has been a massive case because we are addressing it very seriously.
Thank you very much, Vice Prime Minister. And now I give the floor to our colleague from Iceland, Mr. Jonsson.
Yes, thank you for sharing your experiences and also for demonstrating this impressive data gathering that's going on to move on with cases to hold those accountable that are perpetrating crimes. It's absolutely essential moving on. I've got two questions relating to the International Criminal Court specifically. The first being, since we're in a room with NATO member states, some of the member states of NATO are not members of the International Criminal Court. Do you have any thoughts on whether we could strengthen the mandate of the court by having a wider membership, whether those allies that aren't members of the ICC should maybe reconsider their position on that? And secondly, because it's not just human rights violations that are being perpetrated by the Russian army, but they're also doing crimes against the land itself. They're committing environmental crimes that are being documented on your side as well. Whether you have any thoughts on expanding the ICC's mandate, as some have suggested, by adding ecocide as an individual crime against, or an individual crime that the court would deal with.
Thank you. Vice Prime Minister, I give you the floor to answer the question, please.
Thank you so much. Of course, it's an individual approach of each and every country about the recognition of the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. But as any other country, you, upon having any information on the crimes committed on the territory of Ukraine, you can testify and you can provide this information. You can witness the data, and if for that purpose you need some legal steps to be done on your or on your side, we would of course welcome it, and also welcome any additional expertise and any additional capacity you can help us with to proceed with the criminal justice in a field. As regards the second question, could you please remind the second question?
So since the Russian army isn't just doing human rights violations, but also against
about the
ecosystems and nature, whether ecocide should be added?
Well, I cannot assure you that we have been thinking about that, but I can assure you that we've been collecting all the data on the environmental crimes committed in Ukraine. We have been informing MAGATE on a permanent basis, about the nuclear power plants, and I remember that it is already started on 24th of February when Russians entered the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. We were there together with our Minister of Environment, and we have documented everything and made sure that all the crimes committed even in this particular area, they are fixed and they are now being monitored. So if this decision will be taken to expand the jurisdiction of this justice, we will also have the necessary background of that. But also we have a big variety of international organizations in different areas, and Ukraine is part and a member of these organizations, and we provide these organizations with the necessary information and data to hold Russia accountable through the mechanism available in each and every forum.
Thank you very much. And now our colleague from Turkey, Ms. Taskesenlioglu, has the floor. Please.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for your excellent presentation. I would like to draw your attention to very sensitive issues, since you are also, and your government's coordinator of our humanitarian aid. Unfortunately, the most vulnerable of all people in Ukraine has been children. Russia's military operation has triggered millions of children to flee. I am happy to say that Turkey is one of the countries taking up the responsibilities. At the initiative of our First Lady, Emine Erdoğan, we welcome more than 1,300 Ukrainian orphans to Turkey. We are trying to fulfill all their needs, and they are provided with the health services and constant psychological support as well. Has been informed that I have been informed that Ukraine is home to one of the largest orphan population in Europe. The majority of children in institutional care remain trapped in the country. These children face heightened risk of trafficking, abuse, and other form of violation. How do you think our countries can help these children and collaborate with humanitarian actors in order to ensure these children's safety and well-being? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions and for your comments. And dear Vice Prime Minister, I would kindly like to know if you have time availability until 1 o'clock when we'll end our panel, because we have 5 other colleagues who would like to address questions. But I know that I'm not very sure that you'll have this time at your disposal. But please let me know in order to organize things during the committee work, please.
Thank you so much. I think I have another 15 minutes remaining before the next phone call I'm having with Kiev, and I will try to shortly address the question from the Turkish colleague. So our colleagues from the government, Irina Vereshchuk, she's a deputy minister, and Minister of Social Policy, Marina Lazebna. It's already on 7 o'clock in the morning after the war started on 4th of February. The first issue they were addressing is the replacement of those orphans and children who need care from those territories mostly affected by the war to the western part of Ukraine. And immediately we received a lot of requests from the other countries of Europe, including Turkey, to host those children. For some cases, we agreed on that, and we are grateful to your country and many others who've agreed on that. We did our best to make sure that these children are treated well, they are placed in a safe places, and at this stage we do our best to make sure that those who suffered already, their suffering is relieved. Although we made address to the ministers of social policies of European countries to avoid proceeding with any adoption by the nationals of your countries of the children, because they have been placed to your territories for interim treatment, and we hope to get them back to the territory of Ukraine. So please also have in mind this information, and if needed, I will then reconnect you with the Ministry of Social Policy.
Thank you very much. We still have 4 colleagues. So if we can shorten our interventions, I think we'll be able to, we'll do in such a way that all our colleagues to have the possibility of asking questions. So the next is from Poland, Mr. Bosaki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mrs. Deputy Prime Minister, for joining us today. And I'd like to express the full solidarity with not only your words, but your actions in humanitarian aid. And I'm saying as somebody who, together with joint delegation of Polish and Czech Senates, was able to visit one of the most destroyed regions northwest of Kiev as early April, just after they were liberated. And I must tell everybody on this hall that seeing apartment buildings totally destroyed by your own eyes, or seeing bodies being recovered from mass graves in Bucha at that time is really heartbreaking. And Putin's war, this is war, not military operation, brought to a peaceful nation the horrors of on the scale of World War II. But my question is to you, Madam Deputy Prime Minister, very practical one. As you know, you mentioned that many people many women are coming back to Ukraine already. As you know, there were 3.5 million of Ukrainians in Poland, probably around 1 million of them moved either further west or came back to Ukraine, but some of them, in my opinion, are acting in a rush. I drove last Saturday, a week ago, one of the great women who we are hosting in our house to Poznań bus station, and she left with 2 little kids, one of them is 2 years old, to Zaporizhia a week ago, against our advice. But being a refuge, even if you are taken care of in somebody's house, is difficult. And when she came back on Monday, on Tuesday, there was a rocket attack by Russia on Zaporizhia, and one of those rockets hit apartment building actually next to the building when she came back. Is there any guideline by Ukrainian government which regions are being considered by you as relatively safe and you are encouraging or advising people to come back, but which are not safe and you are advising not to come back? Because, as I said, many of those decisions are being made in a rush and too fast, in my opinion. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you for your consideration. The Vice Prime Minister, please, you have the floor.
I will be really short. That's a very unfortunate but very common situation. Indeed, we are also making public statements asking people to refrain from coming to the areas of Ukraine where there is an active or potentially active war zone might be taking place. And we say that basically there is no area in Ukraine which is relatively safe, because even the Western Ukraine has been subjected to air attacks. But people are still willing to come back to their homes. We have a special methodology of those areas by the degree of their safeness, let's say. But it refrains little people from coming back to Ukraine. But after they're coming back, they still have the place to stay in the Western Ukraine, which is more or less safe. But it's very complicated. I will try to be really short, but I'm from Odessa myself, and I've been to Odessa, and it's very complicated to feel that the area is dangerous because Odessa has been relatively in a safe place, and life is going on there in a very ordinary way. It's not the war you can see on a movie. So people think that it is safe there. But once per week we have the air attacks, and they are bombing on our territory. So it's just like a very unique specificity of war, that those who didn't face the war and don't feel it on a daily basis, this is not something you see on a movie. This is not the active fights like they're happening now in Severodonetsk. The war is also in a peaceful Odessa at this moment, but the war is still there, and people should understand that. Unfortunately, there are some elements we cannot prevent, but I'm really grateful to you that at least you are trying to explain that, and we are doing it also from our side.
Thank you very much. I have a proposal. The last 3 colleagues, I would like them to have the opportunity of addressing questions, and then I'll ask the Vice Prime Minister to answer to all 3. Is it okay, dear colleagues? First of all, Lord Lancaster from United Kingdom, please.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Mine's really a practical question about the future. Estimates vary, but you've lost maybe potentially over 6 million refugees who have left the country. And whilst many, I'm sure, will want to come back, in practical terms, not all will. The Ukrainian family that we're hosting in the UK are a very young family, and they've got their children into school, and they don't want to disrupt their education. So I can't imagine that they are wanting to come back anytime soon for that very reason. So others won't have houses to come back to. So how will you deal when it comes to the future for that loss of human talent that may not ever return?
Thank you very, very much. And now Mr. Kirsteins from Latvia.
Thank you, President. Dear Deputy Prime Minister, dear Olga, people of Latvia wish you the expulsion of Russian troops, the victory, and I have no doubt about the trillions of euros in compensation payments from Russian government and country to build even more beautiful cities in future. Slava Ukraini, thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. And Mr. Saranovic from Montenegro, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be cooperative, so I don't want to ask any questions now. Dear Mrs. Vice Prime Minister, on behalf of the Montenegrin delegation, I would like to thank you for the valuable information and sensitive issues that you shared with us on the first day in person and today also. This valuable information that we heard from you is very important for us in the run-up to the adoption of the Declaration on Russian aggression in Ukraine in the Montenegrin Parliament. So thank you once again for these details, which our delegation will inform Montenegrin Parliament and publics also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Prime Minister. The floor is yours to answer the questions addressed by the representatives of United Kiev, Latvia, and Montenegro. Please.
Thank you so much, dear colleague from Montenegro. Indeed, for us, it's very important that you're paying attention in your parliament also to this information. And by answering the question from the British colleague, I would also combine it with the comment from the Latvian colleague, because of course we're not in a position of thinking how would we be bringing back those people who has fled from Ukrainian territory. We're thinking about their survival, and we're really grateful to all of those nations who hosted warmly our people. And what you have to know about Ukrainians, that the soil, Ukrainian soil for Ukrainian is the most important element of the national belonging. Most of them, of course, would like to come back. But of course, the longer the war is lasting, the more complicated it would be. My children are living, not now living in Ukraine, and they're going to a foreign school, but they have no doubt that they will be back to Kiev, to their home, to meet their friends, to go back to their school. It will be a complicated process, and we would have to work on a program on that, of course. But rebuilding Ukraine back and building it back better, I think would be the best stimulation for our people to come back as soon as possible. Because now when we have 1 million of people who went back to the territory of Ukraine, a country in war, knowing that their house probably are destroyed and still the mines are there, people are coming back. So I'm sure that when the war is over and Ukraine is brought back and built better, they would have a bit more stimulation. And thank you again for all of the nation who hosted Ukrainian people warmly, who has provided them with this sense of security and sense of care. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stefanishina, and thank you for your impressive and thought-provoking presentation on these harrowing atrocities and violations in your country for which Russia is solely responsible. I reiterate our support and solidarity with the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Now we'll have the break, and we'll meet here at 2:30 in order to continue our day's work. Thank you very much. Can we call all the colleagues to... I think it's time for us to start, and colleagues that can hear us working here maybe will join us, but in order not to alter our schedule, I'll start, and I'll try to turn to the presentation of the future activities of the Committee on Democracy and Security and the Subcommittee on Resilience and Civil Security. As you know, the CDS had held a thought-provoking visit to the Netherlands earlier in May. We heard excellent briefings from high-level officials and experts on the Netherlands' foreign and defense policy priorities and the far-reaching implications for allied security of Russia's illegal and unjustified war in Ukraine. I would like to take this opportunity to thank again the Dutch delegation for hosting us in The Hague. Regarding activities for the rest of the year, the Subcommittee on Resilience and Civil Security will travel to Copenhagen and Greenland on 12-16 of September jointly with the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Defense and Security Cooperation. The visit will provide an opportunity to learn about the impact of climate change on the Arctic region, its increasing geostrategic importance, civil preparedness and resilience, and security challenges in the High North. It will complement the work done by the Committee on the Impact of Climate Change on Civil Security. The subcommittee will also visit the Republic of Korea on 17-21 October jointly with the Subcommittee on NATO Partnerships. This visit will focus on many issues relevant to our work, including the evolving security dynamics in East Asia and the Republic of Korea's approach to resilience, cyber threats, and climate change. are there any comments on the suggested plans for the rest of the year? If yes, I would like to know your opinions and give you the floor. Okay, then we'll move on, and we'll have a presentation by our distinguished colleague Joël Garriot-Maillan from France as a general rapporteur on strengthening the protection of critical infrastructure against cyber threats. This is, I mentioned, a preliminary draft general report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to add one word regarding that program that you've announced, because I had a meeting yesterday on behalf of President Connolly with a delegation from Korea. And I mentioned, the visits that our committee will do, and they were extremely happy of that, because obviously they want to deepen our cooperation between Korea and the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and I think it should be an extremely useful visit. So I wanted to mention, this talk. Sorry, I'll go to my report now, and I will speak in French. If you could please put your headphones on. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, in the context of this new illegitimate and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, Russia is using violence and deadly and unbearable bombings. These attacks have already made several thousand innocent victims. They have caused injuries and reduced to rubble residential areas. They forced millions of people to flee their country. These actions should not take place in the 21st century. We have condemned these actions, and we will continue to do so. And we will continue to do everything we can to help the Ukrainian people to face this challenge. On top of these conventional attacks, Russia is also carrying out another assault, which is less visible in the media, but is as well devastating, and it is against Ukraine and its people, and it is unfolding in cyberspace. While Russian armed forces are carrying out air, sea, and land attacks, actors linked to the Kremlin are carrying out destructive cyber attacks against critical infrastructure in Ukraine. These cyber attacks have impacted hundreds of government institutions and private companies, namely in the field of finance, IT, and energy. Through these cyber attacks, the Russian power is seeking to disrupt the capacity of public and military authorities in Ukraine to resist to the invasion and try to shake the trust that the people have in the government. The resistance and the admirable determination that the Ukrainian people have shown so far and the trust that they have in their leaders show that these attacks have not accomplished their objectives. These cyber attacks against the critical infrastructure still remain a considerable threat for the societies of allied countries and partners. This threat should not be underestimated because critical infrastructure is the vital function of our societies. I'm thinking of our hospitals, our banks, our energy suppliers, our water suppliers, telecommunications, transportation, but also political and election institutions, which are essential for our democracies. All these indispensable elements are necessary for the well-being of citizens, and they should be out of reach of cyber attacks. A consensus was reached at the international level, including at the UN, regarding the implementation of international law when it comes to cyberspace. Critical infrastructure were explicitly qualified, described as
inviolable. But these norms are not binding and their implementation is insufficient. Some states, such as Russia and China, which have contributed to negotiations and have approved these norms, do not abide by them. These states are those which actually speak up against the establishment of new international rules to better protect critical infrastructure. Cyber attacks against these infrastructure are increasing, including inside the alliance. They particularly impact the private companies which provide and guarantee the majority of essential services today. All economic sectors are impacted. This includes telecommunications, transport, and energy, for example. Public services are also very often targeted by cyber attacks because of their sometimes insufficient level in terms of cybersecurity and the indispensable nature of their services for our societies. Political institutions and election processes have become a prime target for those malicious actors which seek to undermine the confidence of our people in their democracies. The entire allied critical infrastructure is a target of cyber attacks. Fighting against these attacks is therefore essential. However, this is made even more difficult because of the multifaceted and complex nature of cyber attacks. These threats have various forms, adopt various methods and objectives. Authoritarian states such as Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea very often carry out cyber attacks against allied critical infrastructure for various reasons. Some of them have spying or theft purposes. Others want to intimidate or discredit, allied democracies. Sometimes these attacks stem from malicious non-state actors. Isolated individuals, activists, and criminal groups are responsible for the majority of these cyber attacks. They are mainly motivated by profit. Very often they use what we call ransomware, which basically is a malicious software which encrypt data of the victims and which are disabled only after the payment of a ransom. This scourge is increasing in size and its cost for our societies is considerable. Several states accept these attacks carried out by cyber criminals from their territories against allied critical infrastructure. And sometimes they even use their services. Deterring these cyber attacks against the critical infrastructure mean that we must be able to attribute them so that we can sanction their perpetrators. However, the plethora of actors and objectives complexifies the attribution. The diversity, accessibility, simplicity, and increasing diversity of these tools and techniques for hacking make it more expensive and difficult to actually prevent and protect critical infrastructures against cyber attacks. For this reason, private investments and public investments is still too low to face the scale of this threat. However, standing idle also has a cost for operators. The amount of money paid in ransom after these attacks have reached over $18 billion in 2020 at the international level. The cost of these attacks is also human. Last year, the Irish healthcare services have been the target of a similar attack, and this led to the cancellation of many healthcare appointments, which has significantly disrupted hospitals in the country. These figures and these examples highlight that it is urgent for us to reinforce cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. Some efforts have already been accomplished. At the national level, allies have already adopted 3 responses. First, they have developed strategic and structural frameworks in order to better protect their critical infrastructure against the cyber attacks. For example, Estonia has made significant progress in this field since the Russian cyber attack campaign against the country in 2007, as we were able to see ourselves during our virtual visit in April 2021. Second, allies have adopted some additional measures in order to reinforce the protection of their critical infrastructure. This is the case in the United States, for example, where several initiatives were launched in order to reinforce the cybersecurity of the private sector in the face of the cyber attack against the Colonial Pipeline Company in 2021. That attack had paralyzed for 6 days the oil pipeline network, providing more than half of the oil used on the American eastern coast, leading to a spike in oil price and to shortages as well. Allies also operate at a multilateral level to try to reinforce and implement international norms regarding cybersecurity and in particular the cybersecurity of critical infrastructure. Even though cyber protection for critical infrastructures is a national responsibility, any attack against the critical infrastructure can have consequences for the entire alliance. This is why a collective approach is necessary. NATO has been developing complementary policies in the field of resilience and cybersecurity. The protection of critical infrastructure is one of many crucial and central elements in this sense. NATO also organizes many exercises and training courses for cyber defense in order to enhance national expertise. It cooperates actively with some partner countries, the EU and the private sector in order to foster information exchange and the sharing of best practices in the field of cybersecurity, including for critical infrastructure. It also benefits from the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence based in Tallinn. These responses go in the right direction. However, faced with this increasing scale of this challenge that our critical infrastructure and our societies face, we have to go further. I would like to share with you some potential actions which are detailed in the preliminary draft report. At the national level, we must implement minimum norms in order to protect the cybersecurity of our critical infrastructure. We must also develop the sharing of information among various actors regarding cyber attacks so that we can better counter them. This requires a human and financial investment, of course, but also the adoption of a society-wide and a collaborative approach for cybersecurity. Indeed, private companies, public authorities, citizens, and ourselves as elected representatives, we all have a role to play in developing cyber resilience for our societies. At a collective level, it is essential that we make sure that the strategic concept which will be adopted in Madrid next month grants a central position and importance to cybersecurity, especially when it comes to critical infrastructure. Furthermore, NATO must increase its capacity to meet the request of assistance from a member state, which infrastructures could be the target of a cyber attack. NATO must also reinforce its role as a forum for exchanges of best practices regarding cyber protection among allies and with partners. At the international level, allies must continue to promote their efforts to consolidate and to better implement international norms and standards. In this sector, in this field, it is more necessary than ever to act together and to be united, not only among allies, but also with our partners in multilateral negotiations where these norms are debated. We will also have to promote the participation in these negotiations of non-state actors playing a key role in cybersecurity, namely private companies. Dear colleagues, at this time of digital prevalence, cyber attacks against our critical infrastructure are increasing. In bolstering the cyber defenses is essential. The well-being of our people, the capacity of our institutions to act, and the protection of our democracies depend upon this. Relentless cyber attacks carried out by actors linked to the Russian power against the Ukrainian critical infrastructure is a good reminder of this. So we must act right now and together among allies, all together with our partners, in order to increase our shared capacity, our joint capacity to face current and future cyber attacks and cyber threats. Thank you very much for your attention, and I very much look forward to your questions and your comments. But before that, I would like to thank Nathan here. He is the director of our committee, and I would like to thank his team as well for their work and their support which they provide to the rapporteurs of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. So thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to each and every one of them. Thank you.
Report for your excellent work, for your enthusiasm, and for being so hardworking. And now I open the floor for questions and comments. We have already had a request, and I invite Mr. Deneuve from Belgium to address his first question, or to deliver his commentaries, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll speak in French. It's an important afternoon for the French language, I think. Donc, merci beaucoup, Joël.
Joël, thank you very much for this excellent draft preliminary report. Thank you also to the team. It's a very relevant report, especially in light of the current situation. And it's worth noting that indeed the war started well before February the 24th. Cyber attacks indeed were intensifying before then. And that's the other front on which we also need to fight. And of course, today this war is multifaceted. Therefore, we need to have multifaceted answers to this war. And I think this is well highlighted in the report. It speaks of the critical infrastructures. There's also the fight against disinformation and the whole aspect around communication. And it's great to see that there is an awareness at the political level of all of these challenges. We see at the European level, they decided to send a cybersecurity experts team to assist Ukraine to face these attacks. But it's also at NATO with the strategic concept. I had 2 points I wanted to underline, 2 elements that I think are very good in this report. First, it's the ambiguity of a number of states concerning the cyber protection of critical infrastructures, also in times of peace. I think this cyber protection is essential, not only in times of conflict, but also in times of peace. That's when it should start. And the other point which I want to highlight in your report, and your report says that very well, is how we need to equip civil society in the face of these challenges. Not only those that have the means, not only the big companies. We need to equip the civil society as a whole to protect itself. Now, I also have 2 other comments. So you speak of strengthening means in cybersecurity, but that goes hand in hand with a risk on the respect of our private life, of our privacy. We know there are a number of organizations such as Europol that we met in The Hague a couple of weeks ago. They assist here, but there are also risks in terms of data privacy associated with this fight here. So I would like to hear you a bit on that point. Maybe we need to speak a bit more of this topic in the report, to say that the respect of privacy should also be at the forefront of this point. And then secondly, It's about the applicability of the international law. You said it in your presentation, and it's also written in the report. You say that the lack of binding law means that some states struggle to accept the legitimacy of cyber attacks. But as long as international law applies, then its binding laws within it also apply. So I really wanted actually a bit more detail. What do you imply by this? So what's the problem really? Is it the lack of binding standards, or is it the lack of recognition of the applicability of existing laws? Or is it both? And so what's the way out? What's the solution? I wanted a few more details on that point. Thank you.
Joel, the floor is yours to the answer.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Rodrigue, for your very interesting and detailed comments, as usual. As you said, it's a very relevant topic, but it also raises a number of other issues. Indeed, the cyber element is a rather recent point that appeared on the international stage, but it's intensified, as you said. We spoke about it in the civilian area way before the war appeared. And I'm also thinking of all of the threats on information companies. I'm thinking of cyber attacks as well. For instance, on a French TV channel, but with a global reach, they were the target of very serious cyber attacks, and we've managed to sort of temper it because we called on very good engineering IT companies to help us there. But these were very sophisticated cyber attacks. And so, of course, that's also a problem for smaller countries that don't have these means, that don't have these resources to tackle these cyber attacks. This is why we need to help each other internationally in order to tackle the topic of cyber. You also raise a very important question, which is about the respect of privacy. And here I'm thinking of a situation, but I can't remember the name of the author. I think this American person said that we have to be so aware of the respect of privacy that security comes second. And that raises a question, because I think security might be one of our first freedoms, because it conditions all of the other freedoms. But then it's a very delicate topic. We need to find the right balance here. On the one hand, yes, we are very attached to the respect of our private data. Some countries actually refused to give ID cards to their citizens, or to force them to carry ID cards, because they assumed this was an intrusion on their privacy. And then some are afraid that data banks will land in the wrong hands. So, indeed, we have to increase the security of access to these databases. And this is a work strand that has to be led in parallel with all the rest. You also raise another question on the impacts on international law and the binding aspects. Once again, I agree with you. There are no real binding standards here, no binding laws. This is why, from a legal standpoint, we have to go further. We have to draft laws on this very new topic. And as you know very well, it's extremely difficult at the international level to find legislation or to create legislation and to draft a binding standard that could be acceptable for all. But it's something that we are working on. At least I've started working on that within this committee. And in France, indeed, the idea is to have a legal document that can be applicable. And this reminds me of a recommendation that was made a number of years ago. It was done by Michael Jopling, one of our former colleagues. He took part in this committee. And he assumed a number of responsibilities within this committee as well. He was also chair of this committee. And he had a very interesting suggestion back then. In one of the reports that he drafted on hybrid threats, he said that Article 5 should also talk about these hybrid threats and cyber defense. Well, it kind of stayed there and didn't really move forward because it was a very new idea at the moment. But I believe this is something we should keep in mind and maybe keep digging that topic and looking into it further. Because if we have cyber attacks that target the health system or the energy system, then for me, this is a form of war. It's hybrid war. And then, and that's also my personal opinion, and it was that of Lord Jopling's opinion, once again, we'll just have to keep this in mind and maybe look into it more closely. Also, the cyber is an evolving situation, and it raises a number of problems. One of them is about training people with the right skills, engineers, technicians. It's a lengthy training that needs continuous professional development. So there are a number of issues that surround the question of cyber, and we are only at the very beginning, but we have to really keep looking into it.
Dear Joel, and now the floor is Mr. Johnsons from Iceland.
Thank you for a very interesting draft report. I'm kind of starting in the same place as Rodrigue. I was interested where you to make some recommendations regarding cybersecurity departments of member states, saying that you recommend having them as separate agencies rather than under the intelligent agency hat. I think that reflects the complexity of putting these putting the surveillance of personal data under the completely opaque umbrella of intelligence agencies. And as you say, it has pitfalls of international rivalry and mistrust. It's something that we're dealing with a lot in Europe, within the EU and to countries like Iceland, where those rules have effect. The European Court of Justice is regularly dealing with cases about data retention. And this is something that still hasn't been settled in those member states. But the problem there is having general and indiscriminate retention of traffic. It opens up for a lot of abuse by the authorities. So I think this is definitely something that we could go deeper into in the report, how these human rights and these democratic ideals of free and open societies can be safeguarded and how they won't be sacrificed in the interest of security. Secondly, I was really interested in the Article 5 threshold that you discuss a bit. I'm wondering if we should deepen that a bit, because cyber is a different space than more traditional military arenas. So I think you mentioned that the allies just should not set a specific threshold for invoking Article 5 when it comes to cyber. I think I completely agree with that, because it's a slippery slope in any direction you go. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on how we could sort of put a bit more meat on those bones. It would be interesting to develop.
Thank you very much, Joel.
Joël, thank you very much for these questions. Not very easy to answer. Indeed, it's about striking the right balance between, on the one hand, data protection and what I said previously. In our democracies, it's our values which are the strength of these democracies, but it's also these values that are our weakness. And if we compare ourselves to societies that do not, in a way, burden themselves with these values of respecting the freedoms of their population and so on. And therefore, of course, it's always a constantly difficult balance to strike. I myself have no silver bullet, I have no miracle solution. All I know is that we must listen to experts, try and gather their recommendations, their opinions, and see how we can avoid, in a way, sort of feeding into these societies that are trying to fight back against us. But of course, we don't want an Orwellian-type society. Of course, we don't want that. So now on Article 5, this was more my personal opinion. It's not in the report. It's only a bit of food for thought that would be interesting to look into. But in no way would I like to commit the NPA today on that topic. Indeed, this topic, once again, needs to be looked into. As I said, Lord Joplin was the first to mention it. He was really the one who had this idea that I always found very interesting on Article 5. But once again, to go a bit deeper into it, we'll need, to find consensus in order to go into that direction. But it's true that Article 5 is also very symbolic. Article 5 is the symbol of this union, of this work that has to be done in common in order to help the smaller countries. I remember that our committee went to Tajikistan 7-8 years ago. And they were a very small country who said that they had very little and that they were counting on NATO to help them because they did not have the brain power to help them resist the Russian threats, the Russian intrusions on their IT systems. So I'm sorry for not having a clear answer or a straightforward answer. But once again, it's a very preliminary phase. We are still searching for a trajectory. But what is important is this awareness raising to start with, because a number of our societies and a number of people in our societies are not aware of these threats, or at least not aware of the scale of these threats. We always assume it's something that happens to others, not us. There is still that behavior that is very blatant. This is why, as we said this morning when we spoke of fake news and disinformation, we need to be critical of the cyber threats. But also we must teach our children, our students, to protect themselves against these IT interference.
Thank you very much, and I add my congratulations to what I think is a very interesting and timely report. In the United Kingdom, we have developed a fairly comprehensive strategy where the Home Office are responsible for defensive cyber, the Ministry of Defence are responsible for offensive cyber, something we make available to NATO, and we very much have a whole-of-society approach where we work with both industry and the public sector through the National Cyber Centre, which is based in Victoria, to bring society together. And I think much of what the report suggests is good. I do have a couple of areas of concern where I think it's absolutely right that NATO should seek to form a common standard across all of its members. But in the true sort of sense of mission command, I think it's one thing that NATO should tell its member states what it wants it to achieve, but not necessarily how it should achieve it. And I think we do have to accept that there are differences of approach within member states. So, for example, it's already been mentioned, but detailed suggestions like member states should link their cybersecurity departments to a separate agency instead of using their own intelligence agencies probably would be problematic for some member states, and certainly the way that we approach it in the UK, that would force a fundamental rethink about how we approach cyber, which at this stage, given a relatively sophisticated approach to it, I'm not sure would be practical or very easy to do. But nonetheless, I do welcome the report and think it's a very useful contribution.
Thank you very much. Joel?
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Indeed, I think the UK is at the forefront of the fight against cyber, and they work a lot on cybersecurity. I think France is also very much ahead. We have an agency that managed to thwart a number of cyber attacks. I think you are right in saying that we cannot concentrate in one single agency, and that states need to decide how they want to reach these common goals. But that also has an advantage. It means we can also look at each other's best practices, but at the condition that we can also work with trust, help each other. At The Hague, when we were speaking with the Europol management, or 2 or 3 years ago, also when I went there, I was told that 80% of intelligence only came from 2 countries, which is very regrettable. We see there is a lack of trust, but this can be understood when we speak of such a delicate subject as this one, and such a risky and dangerous one. But however, yes, these best practices need to be shared between NATO states, and we need to strengthen our trust in each other, because I think we can all benefit from these examples. But thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you very much, Joel, for both the report and your asking the questions and the details you mentioned after delivering the report. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your interest in this report and for the questions and for your comments. And saying that, let's move on to our next topic on our activity today. Russia's information warfare strategies in the context of its renewed aggression against Ukraine. And under these circumstances, I would like to welcome Mr. Konstantin von Egert, and allow me to say a few words about our distinguished guest. He's a Russian independent journalist, political analyst, and communications consultant. He's a presenter and columnist on an independent channel in Russia, Dozhd TV, whose operations have been paused in March 2022 after the Russian government blocked access to it in response to its coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. He is also a regular columnist for Deutsche Welle. From 1998 to 2009, he was editor-in-chief of the BBC Russian Service Moscow Bureau. He then became editor-in-chief of the Kommersant radio station. He will address Russia's information warfare strategies in the context of its renewed aggression against Ukraine. We look forward to hearing his insights. Dear Konstantin, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the invitation to address this distinguished assembly. It's not my first time speaking to NATO parliamentarians, hopefully on the last 2. I'll try to be brief, because maybe there are going to be questions about the current situation of the Russian society and not only the propaganda support that is given to the so-called special operation in Ukraine, but in fact Putin's assault on Ukrainian sovereignty, Putin's assault on Europe. And it's good that we're meeting in the capital of the frontline state of Lithuania, which has been my home for the last 8 years. I think that actually quite a lot of things that my Lithuanian neighbors and friends were trying to convey to their colleagues, especially in Western Europe, concerning Putin's plans and Russia's designs on its immediate neighbors and on European security as such, alas, proved to be completely right, 100% right. And I think our main goal is to avoid being misled by Moscow propaganda and by day-to-day domestic political considerations, which of course exist. That is the reality of democratic politics. Concerning the narratives and the propaganda war, propaganda support for Putin's invasion or renewed invasion of Ukraine, should I say, first and foremost of all, I would like to say that I think that a lot of effort that has been put by the Kremlin into creating favorable narratives in Western societies was completely blown up, depth-charged by what happened on the 24th of February and further beyond. For one simple reason. I suppose that if this aggression succeeded in 1 week or 10 days as it was ostensibly planned, then of course a lot of stuff would have remained in place and a lot of narratives would have survived, because then Ukraine would have collapsed and basically a lot of people, alas, would have breathed a sign of relief, including in some Western European countries, saying that, okay, well, look, this was a failed state from the beginning. What can we do about it? Let's do engagement with the Kremlin. Let's earn some money with Gazprom. Now, this didn't work out, and I think the sheer violence and the war crimes that were committed, and images of World War II-like shelling of a major European city like Kiev really destroyed a lot of Russian narratives. I can judge anecdotally, let's say, empirically, from dealing with people here in Lithuania. Definitely there was Russian television here before. People, by the way, can still watch it on YouTube if they want to. But I think that the shock of what happened impacted even those who are mildly sympathetic to, let's say, giving Putin a bit of consideration, giving Putin's ideas a bit of a thought. When TV was switched off, I suppose that a lot of this poison's been gone now. But I think that there are still narratives that can be used by Putin, and that will, to a large extent, depend on how the situation on the ground develops. I think that the main one now, and I think it already starts to emerge, will be the narrative, will be the P word, peace. That is something, well, everyone likes peace, like everyone likes a 100-euro note. But I think that this is going to be very well manipulated now, the longer this war goes on, and my suspicion that it will go on for quite some time. Or at least we should be prepared that it will go on for quite some time. The more the Russian social media, Russian troll factories, diminished but still existent RT YouTube, will be pushing the idea of peace. Let's have more talks. Let's have more engagement. I suppose that there's going to be quite a lot of takers for this narrative, because Western societies are peaceful by definition. So I'm absolutely certain that the way to twist this is already being researched by the Department of the Putin administration under Alexei Gromov, who is responsible for all online propaganda. Number two, I think that another important element is the way Russian society is being consolidated around Putin. Let me put it like that. One shouldn't at all think that unsuccessful protracted war will automatically mean that in 3 months or 6 months, Russians will stand up and say enough is enough. There's not going to be a kind of 1968 March on Washington moment in Russia anytime soon. So I think that one needs to realize that the support that Putin has, it's not a very passionate support. It's not a support that means that people will be ready to send their sons to the front. That's why Putin is not announcing mobilization in Russia and trying to do it by stealth. But passive support, if you wish, choosing to support Putin rather than supporting him, which is an important nuance. When you relinquish your civic agency to the authority, well, these people in the Kremlin know better. This is still a very, very powerful, notion in Russia. Also, one has to take into account that at least 10 last years of constantly dehumanizing Ukrainians and delegitimizing Ukraine did have an impact on wider swathes of Russian society, not only on the old people. And another important element of what's happening inside Russia and what's going to impact, what's going to feed into the propaganda narratives aimed at abroad, aimed at the external world. It's that if you wish, this idea of still having some kind of greatness, some kind of satisfaction from Russia being a great power, is still there. It's not the most important thing for Russians. It's not something that's going to determine their well-being, but it's there. And I think that a very important moment to remember is that Russian society increasingly is not immune to the Kremlin narratives because of vast emigration from Russia. Hundreds of thousands of my compatriots left Russia in the last 3 months. Of course, it's not 1975, when once you left and settled somewhere, you can only be heard through sort of jamming on Radio Liberty or Radio Free Europe of the BBC Russian service. Yes, of course, there is access to the internet, and it's not going to be closed. It will be economically and politically unthinkable to do a Chinese model, to create a Chinese model in Russia. It should have been created from the beginning if they wanted to. Now it's impossible. But emigration is one thing, and being there is another. Russian society is increasingly devoid now of opinion makers. And that is going to facilitate the task of the propaganda domestically. And this, in turn, especially when it comes to some kind of conversations with Kiev, if it comes to that, will be creating this image of, oh, Putin is popularly supported, 80%, 70%, you name it, are behind him. So, but here is an important moment, an important element. Russian society, to my mind, is quite passive. It's not supporting Putin to the extent that it will go with Putin all the way. It supports Putin when it doesn't cost it anything. And that is an issue of cost to the Russian society. And this is a debate that will be, that you will have in your parliaments when you debate sanctions. And I think it's well past this idea that, well, sanctions should only harm Putin and not harm the Russian people. That is impossible anyway now. But question of how far do you go is pertinent, because I think that there is a limit to this ability to sort of support the central authority, support Putin against the realities of social and economic collapse. And there is another thing which I would like to attract your attention to, which I think is not directly linked to propaganda, but which I would like you to pay attention to. This is not something that comes to mind automatically, if you wish, but it came to my mind, and I have traveled extensively in Russia in the last, well, a few years, let's put it like that, before COVID at least, for Deutsche Welle interviews, for my journalistic work. The war crimes that were committed in Bucha, Irpin, and other places in Ukraine. They're horrendous. I covered the Balkans wars of the 1990s. This, of course, goes very close to Srebrenica and things like that. The loot, the rape, the killings, all this should be investigated. Perpetrators should be brought to justice. There's no doubt about that. I'm not discussing that. But I think little thought has been given to another aspect of it. What does it tell us about the Russian society today? These people that committed that are Russian citizens. There are not many of them, but they represent a significant section, or they are a symbol. They are the visible part of a significant part of Russian population, especially in the provinces, especially in towns and cities, well, under 500,000 people or less. These are kind of small places by Russian standards. We've seen, alas, an image of provincial Russia. Don't be fooled. These thousands of people that committed it, that sent it to their relatives, to their families, to their girlfriends, wives, fathers, and so on and so forth, they represent millions, if not tens of millions. This is a sick society. A society which is now being also devoid of opinion leaders that leave. I think that this is pertinent, this is important for the future of Russia when, inevitably, Putin's regime will leave the scene. The kind of, let's say, social instincts that can be unleashed at this moment will be quite frightening. And I think that dealing with Russian future, one has to consider it. I'm not saying that Putin is the only solution, as many people would say, and by the way, that's going to be yet another element of propaganda that will be played out over time. You see, there is no one but Putin. Putin is strong. Putin is holding Russia together. Sorry, Putin brought us to this moment. And Putin, by his propaganda, by his social policies, by his engineering, by his peddling hate, created the monsters that did what they did in Bucha and elsewhere. So Putin, of course, is not a solution, but the society will be there when Putin is gone. And I suppose that this is something that has to be considered when we think about future relations with the Russian Federation, future relations with the future Russian regime. And this is a very difficult thing. I don't have an answer to the question of how to address the Russian society today. But I'd say you can't do nothing, and I'm closing. You can't just sit there and say, well, you know, the Russians are bad, so what can you do? I think that to lessen the effect of the Kremlin propaganda, to decrease the effect of the Kremlin propaganda on the Russian society and some of the societies in neighboring countries, one has to, first and foremost of all, help independent Russian media, but help them in a very specific way. Technologically, it has to be, technological advances have to be put at the service of breaking through the Putin propaganda wall. The first thing that comes to mind is Elon Musk's sort of wireless internet stuff, you know, directly beaming it to Russian. Technology will be very, very important in breaking through this. But second thing is important, no less important. even probably more important than technology. And that is what kind of ideas, what kind of content we want Russians to see and hear. Because I think that if it's outright Putin is bad, democracy is good, that may not work, or it will work for some who are already convinced you're going to preach to the converted. So helping create inventive, sometimes not directly political content that will rouse Russians from their slumber, that will not smack of propaganda, that will probably sometimes be even entertaining, if I may say so, is important to break through this wall of not only Putin propaganda, but also indifference. This let the Kremlin decide attitude. That is a long-term goal. Everything we talk about is pretty much long-term. We're not talking about next 6 months. Well, we're talking about next 6 months, but next 6 months is next 6 months, then another 6 months, then probably quite a few years to come. And in this respect, I call on you to be strategic in your thinking and to prepare for a long haul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, distinguished speaker and guest. And now I open the floor for questions and answers. Do we have from Netherlands? You came a little later. I started our part this part of our program by thanking your delegation and yourself for the efforts you made for our successful visit in The Hague. Thank you once again. And I give you the floor.
Thank you, President. The next time I will be on time. Now I know you will give him compliments.
No, we came too early. We came too early.
Thank you for your lecture. I was really triggered about the narrative of peace, because somebody asked me a question about the Memorandum of Budapest, which, of course, for Ukraine is still important as a base to also have negotiations or peace meetings. And I was wondering, how do you see that the Russians see the Memorandum of Budapest, and how they will try to, besides the fact it's an invasion and the sovereignty is existing, how will they deal with it?
Well, 99.9% of the Russians don't know what the Budapest Memorandum is. That's an important observation. Those who do, I think, already know, whether they are in the Kremlin or whether they oppose the Kremlin, they know that it's dead. This is a historical piece of paper. I mean, a piece of Westphalia today is probably a bit more relevant than the Budapest Memorandum. It's a document from a different time and space. And, well, I remember it very well. I was a young journalist just starting my career at the time. There was a lot of hope then. There was a lot of hope that disarmament and increased nuclear security from nuclear war was achieved. Well, today it's gone. And I think that an important thing is that, first and foremost of all, Ukraine will never agree to any kind of memorandum like that. That's not going to happen. If you are President Zelensky, it doesn't matter which president, what's the name of the president, what's the name of the Rada members, they do not want to be defenestrated for yet another useless piece of paper. So it's gone. Like, we can discuss it in a purely sort of academic fashion, if I may.
Okay. If there are other colleagues who want to address questions. From Canada, Ms. Derovitz.
I like hearing you say my last name. Thank you. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. Yesterday, I was in a session with Vladimir Milov, the Russian opposition politician, economic and international advisors to Alexei Navalny. And also, we also heard from Frenak Via Korka, who's a senior advisor to Belarus opposition leader Svetlana
Tsikhanovskaya, yes, I know.
Yes,
I know both persons very
Perfect.
well for many years.
So I'm going to ask a couple questions based on what they've said. The first is, we were told by Mr. Milov that it's almost impossible to get to Putin. He almost has 3 layers of protection, including about 50,000 external security people that protect him. Generals, elites do not like what's happening in Ukraine, those who've stayed, but they don't know, there's no way for them to really get together because they are being audio taped, and so there's no way for them to sort of find a way to get together. So how is it that we can get to Putin, and how do we get to peace? So that's my first question. My second question is about Russian society in general. You've mentioned a number of Russians have left. I'd love to get an idea about what number that might be, but what kind of economy are they experiencing? So most of the Western world is experiencing high inflation and high energy prices, and we're struggling still with the after effects of COVID. But we know that big companies are closing down in Russia. We know that sanctions are in place, but we also know that oil prices have gone up, and so Russia's actually benefited from that. But are general Russian lives being impacted? Has anything changed in their society? And the last question is, you talked about who are the actual Russians that are in Ukraine and, doing the, part of the war there. And we were told by Mr. Milov that about 1/3 of Russians are very, very poor. They don't have access to toilets, they don't have cars, and so they're the ones that tend to be in Ukraine and causing some of these mass massacres. Sure. And I guess my question is what will happen when the families of these Russians see that their youth are coming back dead or they're not coming back at all? Will they not tune into that there's something really bad happening in Ukraine? So is that not a way that will give some sort of a signal to families, even if they're very poor, that something very bad is happening in Ukraine? Thank you very much.
So let me just repeat it again. Question number 1 is how to get to Putin.
Yes.
Question number 2 is the state of the Russian economy, right? Yeah. You're talking about the state of the Russian economy.
And what society is actually feeling right
society
now.
And the third is when the society will wake up to the realities of war. Okay. The easiest one is the first one. I don't know. Maybe if there are any people from, let's say, the British forces here, ex-service people, or people from the Dutch Royal Marines, they can tell you how to get Putin. I don't know. I suppose that will be quite it will be like who dares wins, this kind of thing. But I think that actually we do not know what goes on inside the collective Kremlin. My suspicion, and here I am with Mr. Milov, is that lots of people understand what's going on. They are not poor, they have access to the internet, they are worried about their assets, kind of a lot of these assets in your countries. So I suppose that there must be discontent, there must be a realization that things are, well, not exactly going belly up, but they're not going well. But the Russian system is, at least for now, has been quite resilient because it's based on 2 very primitive tools, corruption and fear. Once you're loyal, you're allowed to be corrupt and steal. Well, I mean, standard, just to give an example, a standard and considered to be relatively low level of kickbacks for state contracts is about 30%. So we can imagine there's a lot of money there. Now, once you become disloyal, because you've been corrupt before, there is always a file on you, things you did before. And, well, for my friends, everything for the rest, there is the law. So I think that this is a very effective tool of ruling the country. It has been, at least for now. And I do not expect any kind of elite uprising anytime soon. I suspect that it may happen only when several conditions will kind of coincide. One, a very visible and absolutely undeniable military and political defeat in Ukraine. And number 2, social unrest that cannot be put out by just your regular sort of throwing money at the masses. Then, of course, people around Putin will be worried. But I suppose that Putin may understand that, and I suppose we are entering a phase in Russia very soon when, because there is no opposition left in Russia, no effective opposition, organized political opposition left in Russia, we'll probably have a kind of Stalin-esque effect of part of the elite trying to eat another part of the elite, because also the budget pie, the money that exists to steal, it shrinks. So I suppose look for intra-elite conflicts, but I think they will develop over time. I do not see it happening rapidly unless, again, Putin is visibly and resolutely defeated politically and militarily in Ukraine. Then all bets are off. Regarding the state of the economy, look, I'm not an economist, but I watch economic data. I consult with my economist friends. Yes, there's going to be a lot of hardship. There's no doubt about that. But remember, Russia is a commodity exporting economy. It will survive for quite some time. It's going to be very difficult, but as you rightly said, the high oil prices, oil and gas prices, some help from the friends like Mohammed bin Salman and OPEC+, that may well alleviate Putin's suffering and may provide, at least for some time, some kind of economic cushion that will help the regime to survive. It's going to be, Russian economy is going to be a bedridden patient for a long, long time, but it's not going to be a dead patient for some time. That's my suspicion. Again, maybe Volodymyr Milov knows better. He's an economist, I'm not. But I think that also an important element here, and that, by the way, links into your third question. An instinct in Russian society, the first instinct will be to survive. This is a society which is very, very badly versed in ways and means of democracy, civic rights, and, keyword, self-respect. So you will not pay taxes, you will find a job, a third job, doing something for black cash under the table, you'll be selling your dacha, you'll be doing all sorts of things, but you will, going and storming the governor's mansion will be the last thing that's going to be done. So do not think that economic hardship will produce this kind of magical political effect. In my mind, to my mind, Russian society, even when Putin is gone, will have to go a very long way into re-understanding democracy, if it ever understood it, getting sense of federalism, human rights, lots of things which have been completely eliminated from public discourse in the last 10, 15 years. And it's going to be quite a significant learning curve. So I'd say that, again, as I said, be prepared for a long haul.
Thank you. And now...
There's a colleague from Belgium, I think, that wanted to ask a question.
Yes. Ms. Cordy, our colleague, the chair of the subcommittee on resilience and civil security.
Vous n'avez pas de questions, je peux répondre en français si vous voulez.
Thank you very much. I hope you're going on tour with this presentation because it's been absolutely fascinating. It's been totally excellent. And I guess my whole question is the whole issue of your debate is like what happens after Putin? And we do know that some of the oligarchs, I mean, there's over $2 billion in assets have been taken from oligarchs, but there are a lot of oligarchs and a lot of assets, so it's probably only the tip of the iceberg. So I was struck by the fact that you said that people really don't want to hear Putin is bad. He's their president, he's their leader, and so on, for whatever reason. But what struck me was the idea, you spoke about the wall of indifference and how we actually penetrate this wall of indifference, because that is harder to penetrate, I believe, than a wall of another kind, because if you're indifferent, you're not really paying attention, or if you're paying attention, it's ho-hum, my life's not going to change anyway, even if we change leaders in our country, or even if X, Y, and Z happen, my life is not going to change. I'm still going to be working 2 jobs or 3 jobs or whatever the case may be. So So how do we, and I know you said we have to prepare for the long haul, so I guess it's first of all, how long is the long haul, or does anybody know? And secondly, the challenge of breaking through the wall of indifference. How do you start with that?
If I knew. First and foremost of all, madam, please forget about the oligarchs. I think that this war has proved what we in Russia knew for a long time. Oligarchs have zero political power. They are nobodies. Absolutely nobodies. They were given a right to hold the money in their hand in exchange for 50% kickback to Putin. That's it. I mean, look, all these rich people that now complain that they only have £3,000 to live on during the month. I mean, none of them ever opened their mouth and said anything, even being in the UK. I don't know whether they're afraid of Novichok or something like that, but definitely they are not a political force. Well, apart from those rich Russians that, like Mikhail Khodorkovsky, were imprisoned, went through huge trials, and are extremely helpful in trying to reach out to Russian people and build up some new narrative about new Russia. But those who were with Putin, they are nobodies. They are just as irrelevant as members of the Russian Duma. That's the same thing. And I think that when you ask about you ask what comes after. I mean, I don't know, but definitely, to me, it looks that it will have to be a combination of factors that will change the situation. And I can go back to resolute and irrevocable political and military defeat in Ukraine. Over time, by the way, what I think will happen is that people will just get tired with Putin. They are already to some extent, but with this war, the focus shifted. War changes the way you look at things. But over time, it will happen. We're talking about, I'd say, anything between now and 2024, because 2024 is the year when Putin has to reappoint himself as president. And that is always an issue, not because you can't, but because the issue is how you do it, how you make it in a convincing way. So 2024 is not relevant because there's going to be election. There are no elections in Russia. Forget, there is no Duma, there is no police, there are no courts, everything is facade. Everything is a Potemkin village, although Prince Potemkin never built a village. It's an apocryph. But I'd say that any kind of symbolic moments are very important because Putin still wants to look legitimate or still wants to look like a father of the nation. So 2024 is important. And secondly, an important thing is that biological clock is ticking on this leadership. Putin is going to be 70 on the 6th of October. I mean, okay, he's going to be 80 10 years later. Let's face it, it's not going to last forever. People around him are of the same age or even a little bit older, some of them. And I suppose that a problem is that no one understands the succession. Well, notionally, the Prime Minister Mishustin has to take over, but he doesn't have a political clout. Again, who knows? Russian history's seen situations which very weak figures suddenly became very strong, possibly. But it's completely unpredictable. So I think that that is something that occupies the minds of the junior, mid-level of the political class and of state bureaucracy. What's going to happen next? I think these people eventually will decide a lot. Because in case there is a crisis, these people choose not to pick up the phone and follow the orders. And that is something that one needs to bear in mind. That I think it's not so much what the oligarchs think, what Lavrov thinks or whatever, no. These are people that are leaving the scene. It's the mid-level bureaucracy, the vice governors, the vice ministers, people like that, that will be deciding the fate of the regime if there is a crisis, as it was in 1991 and 1993 during the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Yeltsin Supreme Soviet standoff. And the people, I think, eventually there's going to be a moment which will not be probably directly connected to the well-being, to the economy, when people say, we're tired. In societies that are deeply deinstitutionalized, where there is no belief, no faith in institutions, everything depends on a chance. And I think that that Russia may have a moment in which something that will look completely irrelevant or something that happened before many times, suddenly will cut the thread and be this kind of snap moment, which will provoke some kind of popular discontent en masse. But what it will be, I don't know. If I had these powers of prediction, I would have been a very successful blue chip trader.
Thank you. We have two last colleagues willing to ask questions. Ms. Joëlle Garriot-Maillan from France, the first one. Joëlle, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your briefing. It was extremely interesting, and it gave us a different perspective compared to what we usually hear on the situation in Ukraine with this harrowing war. I have a question regarding Putin's attitude regarding the risk of disinformation, because we can see that Putin is cornered. He may not be successful in this war. He may be faced with illogical reactions. For example, he may have himself some illogical reactions because he is cornered. So Russians are very good when it comes to manipulating the information and destabilizing our Western societies. I can see this in France. Many people believe in the conspiracy theories. They believe that Ukraine is in a way part of Russia and that Russia is legitimate in its doings in Ukraine and that Ukrainians belong to the far right, so that we should get rid of them. And very often the extremists are those who really believe in these arguments, but they tend to penetrate our society. So can you tell us what you think, and can you maybe give us some advice in order for us to be effective in countering this disinformation campaign? Thank you very much. Thank you. We talked about this during the lunch break earlier today, but I'm going to answer in English for everyone's benefit.
It's a very good question, very good assumption. I think that because it feeds into something that I probably should have said in my initial presentation. Yes, conspiracy theories and kind of fear-mongering will remain the tool of the propaganda. I do think that it's a bit less effective today after quite a bit, after what has been going on in the last few months. But of course, look into the future, and it's going to be reused. I think that the moment societies, Western society, will start forgetting about the war in Ukraine, or rather about Putin's aggression against Ukraine, let's be very specific about that. It's not an abstract war in Ukraine. When Western societies become tired, when Ukraine fatigue sets in, when things start to distract them, I don't know, economic crisis or elections or something like that. Of course, the Kremlin will find new ways of using, especially social media now, because it's more difficult with RT and Sputnik, which were banned in several countries. Difficult, but not impossible. Of course, they will start to feed the beast again with conspiracy theories, and there's going to be Gilets jaunes or something like that. We don't know, but they're going to be invented and reinvented. Let me even tell you when will be the first peak, in my view, when we'll see it again. Before the end of the year, probably it's autumn, the court in The Hague is going to pronounce the verdict, is going to declare a verdict in the case of 4 people accused of shooting down the Malaysian airliner in Ukrainian airspace in 2014. Now, we can suspect what the verdict will be, but the interesting thing is whether the court will also go all the way to explain how these people could have got how they acquired fairly advanced air defense systems. So if the quote goes all the way to explain that this was impossible without the participation of the Russian government, then expect an explosion of conspiracy theories blowing through the social media about whatever, little green man from the UFO, CIA, you name it. So they will be definitely using it. And another thing that's going to be used, I think, vastly is everything that deals with economic well-being and energy. Disinformation about how Europe is going to suffer, Europe and the Western world generally, are going to suffer without Russian oil and gas is going to be something that I'm sure work on today. And there are quite a few takers for that, there's no doubt about that. You mentioned the kind of the extreme right. I mean, well, as a journalist, you know, if there are any Germans here, you know, I many years ago, I interviewed the late Franz Schönhuber. So for me, AfD is not exactly an extreme right compared to this man. But I think that what is important, and you mentioned it, is the horseshoe effect of convictions and conspiracy theories. Putin is an equal opportunity employer. He works with the extreme right and he works with the extreme left. Because in the end, what the Kremlin propaganda sells abroad, not only domestically, but especially abroad, is a very simple thing. It's anti-Americanism and anti-Westernism. And those constituencies that do not like the United States for some reason, they are mostly situated in the ends of this horseshoe for different reasons. But if you look at, let me give you an example of the United States today. If you look at, I know, Tucker Carlson and Madsen Cawthorn on the one side of the spectrum, and the Jacobin and the New Republic on the other side of the spectrum, they're saying pretty much the same thing about Ukraine. They disagree on pretty much everything else, but on certain things about, let's say, America, NATO, they agree. So I think that this is a phenomenon that will exist, and of course you can't shut them up. But I'd say that there is another important element which I may mention, probably there are going to be questions about that. A lot of subtle propaganda messaging in the West is done by corrupt academics that are working for faculties or centers that are being surreptitiously financed by foreign money, including the Russian money, and by people that sit on boards of Russian and Chinese state companies. They have a certain voice, and the fact that the Gerhard Schröder is now out, it's a temporary lull. The moment the P word kicks in, the moment they start talking about peace, all these people are going to come out of the woodwork and start talking about engagement. Oh, you know, I've been Minister of the Economy, then I sat on the board of Gazprom or whatever. Well, I do know what Russians feel about Putin. Listen to me. That's going to happen. We know it. There's no doubt about that. So there are, I'm not being conspiracist, but there are people that will do the Kremlin's bidding the moment things start to go quiet, even a bit, and the moment societies become distracted by something else. Then messaging will resume, and it will be going along the ways of, again, engagement, economic benefit, Ukraine a failed state. I mean, I don't want to enumerate it because in the end I'm going to do their job for them. But that's going to happen, definitely.
Thank you. We have colleagues, and we close the list. First, Ms. Belhaj from Netherlands.
Yes, second question. It sounds almost ridiculous to be happy to have this conversation because it really intrigues me. I'm hearing you say that no political, economical, or military strategy, in a sense, will effectively could work. And we are aware of the fact that The Russians are prepared to suffer. They know hardship. So then what kind of options do you have? And is there a way of not only demolish the narrative the Russians use, but is there also a way of creating our own narrative, which I really am a fan of, because it's useless to only destroy the narrative of the other, you will always lose. Do you have some thoughts about it, what that could be, or if that could work?
Look, I think that first and foremost of all, we should think about Ukrainian people that suffer much more than the Russians suffer today, and will continue to suffer much more than the Russians are suffering today. So I'm afraid I'm not going to say anything new, but I think in a sense one should stop worrying about saving Putin's face. It's unsalvageable in my view, unless you really want to paint it up. And I think that Russian society, and I may sound quite cruel here, but Russian society, people cared about it so much after, say, 2008 in Georgia, and then after 2014 the Crimea, let the oligarchs suffer, let the Russians go free. Well, it didn't work out. Russians have to grow up and draw their own conclusions about what goes on. They have to finally grow up as citizens. I'm afraid that's a very bitter pill to swallow, but that has to be done. There's not going to be some kind of wonderful democratic Russia imposed from above or from the outside. It will only happen when Russians decide that themselves they want to live in a different country. So I think that the goal for the collective West should be first and foremost of all sovereignty and full territorial integrity of Ukraine. Ukraine is an important member of the Western community. Now it should be helped because it is a country that stands up for the whole of the West in all variety and diversity of Western values. Number two, the goal with regard to Russia should not be some kind of social and political engineering a la 1991, which didn't work. It brought some benefits, and these benefits will be with us. Property, more or less understanding how the market economy works, but one has to understand, to quote my favorite Russia scholar, Professor Jeffrey Hosking from London, Russia goes through three types of transition simultaneously from 1991. One is economic transition from a command economy to, well, let's say the market economy. This was the most successful. It was generally unsuccessful. It can't be compared to Poland, let's say, but it was more successful than others because it's about money and property. People understand that. That's instinctive. Number two is a transition from an authoritarian, totalitarian state to a democracy. This so far has failed, and it will have to be restarted, and probably restarted at a local level, at the level of the federation. People should first get to understand that they have to decide whether they're repairing a bridge or building a school with their money. And by the way, in a Russian democracy, immediately post-Putin, the Duma that will be elected, I mean, if Russia survives in one piece, by the way, which is not a given, but let us imagine Russia survives as one piece today, as it is today, in its preferably 1991 borders, without the Crimea, without South Ossetia, without 1991 borders. If it survives in these borders, then the Duma that's going to be elected is not going to be very pleasant. There are going to be nationalists there. There are going to be leftists of probably quite extreme variety there. Mainstream liberals probably are not going to be the majority there. I can imagine easily, I'm not predicting, but I can say that it's going to be a very, very interesting zoo, this newly elected parliament. But Russia will have to go through it. So it's transition number two. And a third transition, which is extremely important, it's not my words, it's the words of Jeffrey Hosking, but I agree with them, I happen to agree with them. And third transition, which is extremely important, is a transition from an empire to a nation state. And this is the most difficult of them all because that plays on historical stereotypes, on national psychology, on things that are essentially not very rational. And sometimes you can't buy them off with money, prosperity, and stuff like that. We have examples of that in some modern European states. I'm not saying it's good or bad, it's just that. So I think that if you look at these three transitions, if you look at the consequences, if you look at, at what the Buchas and the Irpens tell us about the state of at least a significant part of the Russian society, which, by the way, will vote in those free and fair elections, then you can understand that the roads are going to be long, and even a wonderful man whom I deeply respect and hope has a future, and not only human, but political future, someone like Alexei Navalny, will be president tomorrow. It will not change the society. Societies change over a very long period of time. And I think if you're talking about the Western goal here, it should be very simple. I'll quote another Brit whom I like very much, James Sher. And he said, our goal should be a Russia at peace with itself and with its neighbors. And I would even stress the neighbors first. That is something that the world, I think, could live with for quite a long time before Russians sort out what kind of country really they want to live in the future. It's not going to be a glorious revolution. It's going to be a long and painful process, which will start from the ground up. The main problem of the Russian people, as I see it, as a citizen, as someone who was born there, I'm a fourth-generation Muscovite. Okay, Moscow is a separate country, but you know. To my mind, a lot of Russians, and probably the majority, they lack self-respect. Once you do not respect yourself, you can't respect others. And with respect comes democracy and civics. And again, we're only at the beginning of putting together this huge Lego palace that will be called Russia, with thousands and thousands of pieces. Some of them are not yet produced, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Thank you. Now from Poland, Mr. Bozaki. And before giving the floor to Mr. Bozaki, I would like to have your agreement to skip the coffee break and enter the final. Okay? Is okay? Thank you. Mr. Bozaki from Poland, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And my question will be about the West, not Russia. But before that, I'd like to thank you for three things. One is for your sober, frank, and brilliant analysis on today's Russia, which is, quite frankly, a majority view, not only in Poland, but in whole Central and Eastern Europe, neighboring Russia, maybe with one exception of Hungary. But you made it in such a brilliant way that I really share the opinion that you should hit the tour, and maybe especially the tour with speeches for some of the Western leaders. I'm also thanking you for saying that probably persistence is a word which we all need now. Because when I'm hearing those in the West who are asking philosophical questions, can you fight violence with violence, forgetting what Berg said 250 years ago, that all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good people and nations do nothing. And those who are asking, how can we avoid humiliating Putin? Putin, in terms of history, humiliated himself at last in 24th of February this year. But my question is exactly about persistence. How to keep persistence of the Western world, maybe increased persistence. So increased sanctions, keeping sending ammunition and weapons to Ukraine, and sustain the level of attention in our societies and especially in our leadership circles. And I'm asking, of course, mostly about Western Europe.
Well, dziękuję pana posła bardzo. Senator. Panie senatorze. Part of my family is Polish, so I have a special love for Poland. I think, well, it's a very good question to which no one can give you a kind of an encompassing answer because, well, these countries are different, of course. And of course, we here in the Baltics and Central Europe, we view history from a different perspective. I mean, we still live history while a lot of our friends and colleagues, the other side of the order, somehow forget that history is important. Now, I hope that this interest in the lessons of history and the way history has impact on our lives today probably returned. I sincerely hope that. But I think that one needs to understand, and that one needs to implore it, to get it, to convince the societies that sticking to a certain set of values is, and basically sometimes having to sacrifice something is a very important element of the future, sometimes a very important element of survival. And that is something that is very difficult to convey to modern societies. I think that to some extent it's a function of political leadership and of its ability to make complicated things simple. Well, I have to say that in certain ways, Boris Johnson, whatever say about his other elements of his policy, was extremely prescient and very forward-looking in terms of what has to be done with regard to Putin's aggression against Ukraine. There are some things that I think can be easily explained. For example, the issue of grain is easily explainable to societies, especially European societies, if you bear in mind the fact that you have hungry people and you have millions of migrants streaming into the countries, and people remember what happened in 2015, it may be bigger. So I'd say international freedom of navigation operation escorting the grain out of Ukrainian ports will be quite a good idea. Because I do think, and that is an important thing, be it Putin, be it the Chinese, be it the Iranians, for them the only word that is important is respect. And I think that respect is something that from time to time sorely lacks in Putin's mind, for example, regarding some of the world's leading democracies. Respect can only be earned when you are prepared to suffer and be inconvenienced in response to something you find absolutely wrong. The only way to stand up to Putin is actually that. That's what the Ukrainians did, that's what the Lithuanians did, that's what the Poles did. It will be difficult to breach this divide because, of course, I understand people in Portugal, they have different concerns. I understand. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just that. They are much more concerned about, or in Spain, they're much more concerned about people streaming across the straits from through Ceuta and Melilla to mainland Iberian. I understand that. But then the debate is what NATO is for. And then Putin, I think, Putin will be gone from the historical scene. Russia, essentially, apart from nukes, is quite a weak state that will have to be rebuilt if it stays as Russia. It will have to be rebuilt for years, if not decades, after that. But Putin is an appetizer, is a canapé, compared to the challenge of China, which will be multifaceted and much more complex in many ways. So you have to work on education. You have to work on cutting corruption. You have to work on actually just outright banning your civil servants after retirement from joining boards of Huawei or Gazprom, it doesn't matter, or the Iranian oil corporation representation. It has to be done with sacrifice. And it has to be done sometimes against the grain of public opinion. Well, of course, you have democracy and elections, but sometimes leaders have to take unpopular decisions, probably risk their political future for a certain point in time, to be right. There is no other way. It's a very long, protracted struggle that we engaged in. It's a struggle of a lifetime. Look, I am prepared not ever to go back to Moscow in my life. I'm 58. So just think long term. And I understand it's difficult when you have election cycles and things like that. But you have to think long term. And by the way, I see Turkish colleagues here. I think you will understand it very well. You know, I always explain to our friends from Berlin and Paris that there are several politicians that Putin respects outside the West, classic Western Europe. And I will say it's an Israeli prime minister, doesn't matter who an Israeli prime minister, doesn't matter the name. And President Erdogan. People usually ask, why? I'll say, but the Israeli prime minister is clear. Putin is a security services man. His generation of security services officers, secret police, he was never an intelligence officer, secret police. But they were told that the biggest, mightiest service in the world is Mossad. So his generation thinks that Israelis are very important. Because of that, you don't spoil a relationship with them. And Erdogan also, because he shot down the plane in 2015. And some of our colleagues say, why? Well, he shot down the plane, he shouldn't be respected. I say, that exactly because he shot down the plane. He showed he can stand up, and that breeds respect. So I think that's the psychology you're dealing with. You're not dealing with the psychology of a traditional politician, even to some extent a traditional authoritarian politician who only is interested in one's own country. You're not dealing with a Franco, you are dealing with much more than a Franco or a Salazar. And I suppose this is something that has to be understood before you deal with Putin. It's not a complete answer, but I hope, Pan Senator, it's part of the answer.
Thank you for it. And the last colleague to intervene.
And by the way, thanks for the suggestion of going on a tour.
And to address
I should register speakers bureau.
Mr. Bach from Turkey. Please.
Thank you very much for insight, Russia explanations, and frank comments. I have actually two questions. One is, I would like to hear about Putin's relations with Xi Jinping, because you didn't mention about China. As we know, before invasion of Ukraine, Putin went to the Winter Olympic Games on 4th of February, and also they had discussions, issues, all those things. But China is a very important power, and also if there was a pipelines between China and Russia, Russia will play maybe its card differently. So that's another point. So I would like to hear your comments concerning China, or especially Xi Jinping and Putin's relations, which we see many comments from all over the world. But I would like to hear your points inside. Second question is, you mentioned about the biological clock of Putin. And also there was some news about what's happening, some issues. You mentioned about the guys around him, and they are older than him or close to that. And also, I would like to hear, I mean, we have been listening last, in NATO meetings, last 10 years or so, 8 to 10 years, Gerasimov doctrine, which is, Valery Gerasimov is high-ranking generals, its doctrine or concerning Arctic, all those issues. So you know better than me. And also Shoigu is that, but we don't hear from them now at the moment. So I would like to, and also you mentioned that, I mean, the Medvedev is another issue. So I would like to hear your comments on those guys for the after Putin, what could happen, or maybe someone from KGB or what it is. So I would like to hear.
So Xi Jinping and the military clique around Putin. Look, I'm not a China specialist, so I think that one needs to go deeper into the Chinese-Russian, say, economic relationship. It is a fracture. What I remember, figures are not kind of easily, they're not at the tip of my tongue, but Russian economic relationship with China is a fracture of China's economic relationship with the United States and the European Union. It is really incomparable. And the breadth of this economic relationship, its spectrum, is also very different. Russia is essentially a raw material supplier for China. That's it. That's important, but it's kind of quite one-sided. I think that everyone was afraid after this declaration that they made during the Olympic Games that China is going to stand fast by Putin. That, I think, would have happened in case Putin didn't fail the invasion. If it was a quick victory, the Chinese would have already fully supported Putin. Everyone likes the winner. Not anymore. I think that the Chinese are very cautious about supporting Putin. I think it was yesterday, the day before yesterday, that they announced that they are not going to let Russian planes essentially land in China because all of them are stolen from the leasing companies. So that is an interesting element of friendship, you know, because China remained one of the main, friendship quote unquote, one of the main transport corridors, air corridors for Russia is through China. So I suppose that there's going to be much more caution. I don't think there is any kind of big personal relationship between Xi Jinping and Putin. I think it's more pragmatic. It's just, you know, the relationship of two dictators. But I suppose that if, and that's, by the way, coming back to your question, sir, if I were Xi Jinping and I was thinking, do I want to invade Taiwan? Well, after Western response to Ukraine, I may be thinking twice about it. Because maybe it's not going to be so successful as I thought. And this will breed more caution, because I think that the Chinese leadership traditionally is much more cautious. And it wants predictability for itself. So I think that there's going to be, no one is going to say, no, we're breaking off with China in Moscow. There's going to be discounted energy supplies via the force of Siberia and things like that. But I do not think that it's going to be all-out support from the Chinese. My suspicion there may be some military help rendered surreptitiously by the Chinese, but I don't think anything is going to be very, very demonstrative in these circumstances, because I do think as long as the West keeps a united front with regard to Putin's assault on Ukraine, then the Chinese will be thinking, okay, we may be next. And they will be instinctively cautious, and that will, of course, impact Putin's behavior too. With regard to the top echelon, first of all, Gerasimov never invented this doctrine. This kind of idea that you combine brute force with lies and propaganda warfare goes back to whatever, goes back to Stalin. Look at the Winter War with Finland. I think that the military, the military leadership around him, and Medvedev for that matter, all of these people understand that they are basically have been branded war criminals. And there is not a lot of way out for them. So they will stick with Putin unless the feeling is that situation is so catastrophic that we have to remove him. We are still not there definitely. And in these circumstances, these people will be still afraid to confront Putin. That is my understanding. Medvedev, I do not think has a chance of any comeback now. I actually thought about it until the 24th of February. But he's shown, because he's a familiar man. When you have a coup d'etat or something like that, the main thing is not the constitution. You can always invent why you do this. The main thing is to have someone you, for the time being, you have someone you know. Someone who will not surprise you. You don't want a Khrushchev factor in 1956, who no one thought he's going to be the leader. So Medvedev would have been such a leader, in spite of the fact that a lot of people disrespect him and so on, because of former president. We know him. But I think now he behaves in such an unstatesmanly, ridiculous way, tweeting every day about some, he's trying to be more Putin than Putin, that I think his future is not very bright, even in the case of a coup d'etat. And by the way, I would be looking at people, under the constitution, if Putin suddenly decides to become a monk and leaves the presidency, is the prime minister who has to take over for 3 months before the next election. So it's Mikhail Mishustin, the current prime minister, who is a so-called technocrat, a deeply corrupt former tax inspector. But in Russian history, there were moments when people who everyone thought were very weak and irrelevant suddenly became even emperors or empresses. So you shouldn't discount it. It all depends on how you present yourself to the leadership, what will be the needs of the leadership at the time, and what will be the context in which you operate.
Thank you very much. And with your acceptance, we still have another colleague who would like to address a question, if possible.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Ms. Zerovitz from Canada.
I'm partially just asking another question because I love when you say my name. You do such a great job. And I just want to thank our speaker. Thank you. You have such great patience and really appreciate you answering another question. Putin has, less so now, but at the beginning he was nuclear saber rattling. And so I wouldn't mind hearing your thoughts about our approach, whether NATO needs to have a plan, what you think about his nuclear saber rattling. Any thoughts you have around this would be very appreciated. Thank you.
Well, maybe inviting someone like, General Hodges or some other major NATO commanders from the last few years the question would have been answered in a much more detailed and professional way. But politically speaking, I think that to a large extent it is what it is, saber rattling, but no more. The reasons for that, well, I think that first and foremost of all, if we are talking about the use of nuclear weapons in such circumstances, it's something like using a tactical nuke, cruise missile, maybe even a demonstration, maybe just firing at an empty zone, empty area in the Black Sea, or maybe in somewhere 1,000 kilometers from Spitsbergen, in order just to show that you are very resolute. Well, I think that after that, all bets will be off. Moreover, my understanding is that in these circumstances, a response, NATO response, actually could be kinetic and military. And one has to remember that Putin has a chance against the Ukrainian army for some time, and that we still don't know what will be the impact of Western weapons deliveries to Ukraine in a month or 2 months, when people get trained and get used to using this advanced weaponry. But I think that this kind of action cannot pass unnoticed and unresponded by the West, and Putin knows it. I also think, and that is my suspicion, I can't prove it, but I think that if you look at the kind of traditionally how this kind of diplomacy was conducted, I think that maybe at a certain point in time, message was delivered to Moscow that if you continue to do that, be prepared for response. I'm 90% sure, actually, that Washington delivered the message. How, we don't know, but I'm sure it was delivered. Because I do think that recently we hear much less of that. Not only because you look ridiculous saying, I'm going to use nukes, I'm going to use nukes, I'm going to use nukes, I'm going to not use them. But also I think because it stopped working for the Western public opinion, and because I think I'd be very surprised if the warning was not delivered. And I'm certain that this opens up use of nuclear weapons, actually opens up Russia to a full Western response, which will be devastating. There is no doubt about the fact that Russia will be soundly defeated if it wants to confront the West. And by the way, in this respect, an important element is Russian reaction to the, well, proposed accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO. There is no big reaction. They left the Baltic Sea Council, that's it, because they have no way to respond to it when the war is on. So I think, in a sense, one should be more brave in dealing with them, confronting them.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Konstantin Vonnegut. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you.
And I think a round of applause is more than
Thank you.
For a very interesting conversation and for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
We are looking forward to
Thank you.
have you as our guest with other occasions. I hope we'll discuss about good news as far as our subject of today is concerned. And now allow me to...
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Allow me to move to our next point. Acting to preserve the humanitarian space, what role for the Allies and for NATO? And we have a preliminary draft subcommittee report produced by Anissa Keder from France as a rapporteur. And I invite her to join me and present this report. We will have a session of questions and answers after this, and I think we will conclude with a few conclusions. Thank you very, very much, and Anissa, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, at this very moment, millions of innocents continue to suffer from the deadly and disastrous consequences of the new illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. This war, this unjustified war, has already cost the lives of thousands of civilians, caused injuries to thousands more, and generated massive displacement of people in Ukraine and to neighboring countries. The combats and the Russian bombings, very often indiscriminate, have reduced to rubble entire residential areas, damaged critical infrastructures, and destroyed schools and hospitals. In those regions impacted, the people are faced with serious shortages of food, water, and energy, and the access to healthcare and medication is limited. According to the UN, 13 million people are located in those areas that are hit the hardest and require urgent humanitarian aid. However, access to these people by humanitarian actors remain hindered because of logistic difficulties and enduring insecurity. In order to flee hostilities and to have access to aid, civilians have to risk their own lives. On several occasions since the beginning of the conflict, the Russian armed forces have ruthlessly bombed humanitarian corridors which they had promised not to attack. The Russian brutal military aggression against Ukraine is also generating another crisis, that of international food insecurity, and this is the sole responsibility of Russia. This conflict and its atrocious humanitarian consequences reflect, unfortunately, the overall development of this contemporary conflictuality. Internationally, conflicts have increased in number, have become more complex and extended since the end of the Second World War. They have been marked by the increase in the cities and the siege, which is a topic that we looked into in 2020. Civilians are the main victims of this change in the nature of warfare. The seriousness and the intensity of violence against them are increasing. Forced displacement, food insecurity, sexual violence, brutality against children, the use of torture, and the destruction of critical infrastructures are increasing as a trend, and they have become increasingly frequent in the case of conflict. This increasing violence is leading to a substantial increase in the international need for aid for the people impacted by those conflicts. Through the action of humanitarian workers, dialogue is possible among the various stakeholders, and this means that the sine qua non conditions are possible for peace. Despite the increase in need for humanitarian aid, populations are a target, and this is unacceptable. 136 humanitarian workers were killed in 2021 worldwide, which is more than doubled the figure in 2010. In the face of those risks, humanitarian organizations have to reduce their activities and to allocate an increasing share of their financial resources for their protection. Furthermore, the deployment and the efficacy of humanitarian action are limited because of many legal, logistical, and administrative obstacles. This is the case in many circumstances, which unfortunately means that the humanitarian action is limited. Some states also have implemented abusive restrictions when it comes to the free movement of humanitarian workers and humanitarian aid on their territory. Many belligerents do not respect their obligations under as inscribed in international law for various reasons. Civilians are suffering from the consequences of the shrinking of the humanitarian space. Women, children, and the elderly are particularly impacted by this. The limitation of the capacity of humanitarian workers to bring aid to the victims of conflict also contributes to continuing to reinforce violence and instability. The consequences of this vicious circle are disastrous for those countries impacted, but their impact can also be felt in the alliance. In an increasingly globalized and connected world, the stability and security of transatlantic countries also depend on those of the states and people of the near and far neighborhood. Supporting humanitarian action should not be seen by NATO and allies as a whole as an additional source of concern, but as a key element of their security policies. Allies have understood the importance of protecting humanitarian space and action and have been promoting this internationally. They have laid the emphasis on the knowledge of international law and the taking into account of humanitarian considerations in the training of their armed forces and in the planning of their operations. They have also adopted some approaches in terms of civilian-military relations in order to foster the exchange of information, the harmonization of activities, and the mutual understanding of military and humanitarian actors while respecting each and every one's principles and mandates. They also promote a new awareness inside multilateral fora for the risk that actors are faced with, as well as for the negative consequences for international security with the shrinking of their space for action. NATO as an organization is deeply committed to the respect of international law, including humanitarian law, and is aware of the essential nature of human security in the settlement of conflicts. In order to guarantee the compliance and the promotion of these principles in the framework of its operations, the Alliance has gradually taken into account these humanitarian considerations and the protection of civilians in its doctrine. It also invites humanitarian actors in to some of its exercises and includes the protection of civilians and international law in its training courses. It also cooperates with some humanitarian actors, for example, the International Red Cross Committee and the United Nations, in order to have a better exchange of information and a better sharing of best practices in order to be better equipped in the context of conflicts. All these policies and measures adopted at the national and collective levels contribute to improving the protection of humanitarian actors and allow them to carry out their missions in favor of peace. However, despite this progress, actors have never been faced with so many obstacles and dangers. Allies and NATO have to go further in their efforts to protect humanitarian actions. I would like to put forward some proposals which are detailed in the preliminary draft report. First, we need to give more importance to the protection of humanitarian space in the doctrines and military practices, both at the national and collective levels. The strategic concept, which will be adopted in Madrid next month, will have to fully take into account NATO's actions in order to contribute to promoting international law and to the protection of civilians. It is also necessary to reinforce the implementation of these policies by putting the emphasis on the cooperation between civilians and military in their training and exercises among allies. Second, allies have to strive for a better implementation of humanitarian international law. It is essential to put an end to violent attacks against civilians. To do so, we need to take some concrete measures to fight against the impunity which some of these perpetrators benefit from. As allies, we must also guarantee a better protection of humanitarian workers in national legislations by taking into account their unique role, and we need also to protect them from criminal consequences linked to the carrying out of their missions. Third, allied countries must put an end to the constraints limiting the actions of humanitarian workers. They should, for example, not link their participation to the financing of humanitarian action to some constraints regarding the beneficiaries. We should lift these constraints to make sure that we can have a broader range of action. We should also put in place a communication channel between banks and NGOs to fight against the phenomenon of over-compliance of banks and to contribute, therefore, to the protection of the challenges in terms of fighting against the financing of terrorism and protecting humanitarian space. Last, allies must also reinforce their cooperation among them and with their partners in order to foster humanitarian action. This cooperation should be promoted in bilateral frameworks as well as at NATO and in other fora. It should also include partner states, the EU, other international organizations such as the UN, and the main humanitarian organizations. In this sense, we have to commend the European Humanitarian Forum, which was held in March. Dear colleagues, humankind is today faced with a multiplication of humanitarian crises. The situation created by the brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia comes on top of a very difficult international situation with conflicts in Yemen, in Afghanistan, in Syria, in the Sahel, and in many other regions where people are suffering. Humanitarian aid is a lifeline for all civilians impacted by this wave of violence. This is why NATO and its member states must do everything in their power to make sure that humanitarian workers can reach those that are most impacted by the conflict. This is a moral imperative for the alliance as well as a security necessity. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Anissa. And we open the floor for questions and comments from Belgium. The first question. Did I misunderstood?
Yeah. Thanks.
It's okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Thank
Please.
you, Mr. Chair. I'll speak in French. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Anissa. Thank you for this outstanding report. I think that it highlights and it reinforces the indispensable work carried out by humanitarian organizations on the ground. I believe that they will be able to build on this report for their future actions, and this is perfect. Thank you very much. I think that it is also useful to be able to talk about this at the NATO level with the international perspective that is necessary in this case. It is necessary for us to be able to look at the situation as a whole, because the needs and the responses go beyond national borders, as you rightly said. However, we must also keep in mind that there is a military role to play in order to protect humanitarian aid. And I know that there is a serious danger to try and manage humanitarian actions through the military dimension. So I think that this is something that you said quite well in your report, and I wanted to thank you for that. I wanted to add something else, something that I found very positive. I think that it is important to lay the emphasis on sanctions, and I think that this is essential. All organizations on the ground have been repeating this over and over again. They say that this is essential so that they can actually continue to do their work in order to help civilians and victims. When we adopt legitimate sanctions in light of some regimes and some legislations, I think that we need also to take into account some exemptions for humanitarian aid. Otherwise, it would not be possible. I have two suggestions or two proposals for your report. First, we should look at the dimension of explosive devices in urban areas to try and consolidate the legal framework around this concept. Currently, we see that this is an increasing recurrent topic. This is the case in Ukraine at the moment. These devices are being used in urban areas with civilians, while these devices should be only used in military areas or context. In Belgium, we adopted in the parliament a text to ask for to ban these devices in urban areas or civilian areas, and I think that this should be included as a recommendation in your report. Second, and this will be my conclusion, we should maybe follow the recommendations of some organizations which invite us to think about the possibility of having independent and impartial investigations if there were to be any problems in the context of humanitarian work. There have been some issues in the past, so I think that it may be useful to take that into account as well.
Oui. Merci, cher Rodrigue.
Yes, thank you very much, Rodrigue. Your recommendations are always really relevant. This draft report was actually drafted before the war in Ukraine, and as you said, we can see that there is an increase in urban conflict. So yes, so this is something that we may do to include this point in the next version of the report, and maybe even in the final version. Thank you very much.
Other requests for the floor, so we'll stop here, not before thanking Anissa for her effort and for her excellent report. And dear colleagues, with that, we have reached the end of our day. I want to remind everyone that our committee's next meeting will take place in Madrid during the annual session, which is scheduled from 18th to 21st of November this year. Is there any other business that anyone would like to raise before we close? If not, I want to say that this concludes the meeting of the Committee of the on Democracy and Security. I would like to thank all members for their constructive and thoughtful participation during our proceedings today, and our Lithuanian colleagues for hosting this important event, and our Ukrainian colleagues for joining us. I would also like to thank our interpreters who have done a magnificent job in allowing us to communicate so effectively. Finally, many thanks to all the NATO Parliamentary Assembly staff, especially Nathan Grisson, our committee director, J.Lee Rishan, our committee coordinating, and the research assistants, Alper Ozdemir and Paul Kormari, and Julien Strand, who have all worked diligently to make this meeting possible and contributed to the elaboration of our draft reports. I now adjourn the 2022 spring session meeting of the Committee on Democracy and Security. Take good care and see you soon.